Hello and a very warm welcome to all learners on my productive and skill-oriented platform. I'm Tariq Khan, your trainer for this entire learning series, which related to most industry-demanded skill, cloud computing. In all episodes of this whole journey, we will learn concepts about cloud technologies and gain number of hands-on skills which make capable all our learners to join this industry and start a progressive career with the recognition they deserve. So let's begin the journey. So when I talk about my IT career, I have a number of certifications on the platform of cloud computing, which include Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, GCP certification, and Amazon Solution Architect. I have a number of certifications on the platform of Cisco, which are related to the networking technology, which include CCNA, CCNP, and CCI. I have a few certifications on the platform of virtualization on the platform of VMware, and number of certifications on the side of system infrastructure on the platform of Microsoft. I have done number of projects on different platforms, which include system, networking, IT, security, and cloud computing, and work with a number of multinational organizations within last 10 years. So it's my brief history related to my certification and career. So let's talk about the major key takeaways which we are going to cover during this whole series. So what are the important key takeaways? What are the objective of this training series? In the first episode, we will definitely gain cloud fundamental concept. As you know, that without understanding the fundamentals of any technology, it is impossible for anyone to gain knowledge and skill on any specific technology. So we will start from the definition and understand what is cloud computing and what kind of technologies, techniques, and tools running behind the scene and facilitating the current IT infrastructure. After that, brief discussion of cloud architecture. You know that the architecture is the basic or key component of any technology, which are, you can consider, which are the building blocks of this technology. So we will gain knowledge about the building blocks, or what are the regions, what are the zones in the cloud computing technology. What are the hybrid cloud, what concepts included in the public cloud, what kind of services this technology providing right now in IT world. So we will gain detailed knowledge about the cloud architecture with hands-on labs. After that, we will discuss about the cloud technologies. There are a number of technologies which involve in the development of current cloud computing technology. So the major components of the cloud technology include compute, networking, you can say storage, serverless computing, containerization, AI. So we will discuss timely all the concepts which are necessary to develop the fundamental skills for all the candidates. And at the last, definitely hands-on demos for cloud computing technology. The major objective behind this training is to develop hands-on skills for all our candidates. Most of the time when I'm trying to do any kind of training, my concept is 30-70. 30% theoretical knowledge, while 70% I'm totally focused on the lab side. So we will perform number of labs related to the cloud technology, how we can create our portal on the platform of Microsoft Azure or Amazon or Google Cloud, and how can we create virtual machines, how we can develop storage accounts on our portal. And after that, we will definitely do number of labs related to the security, networking infrastructure, containerization. So the whole objective of this training program is to provide technical knowledge with number of hands-on labs for all the candidates. So by time you will learn the theoretical concepts, including with tremendous or remarkable lab scenarios which we are going to deploy in our whole series. So in our whole series, we will start with the scratch, or we will understand the fundamentals of the cloud computing, and by digging more, or by going deep inside the cloud computing technology, we will learn all the concepts of this technology. So let's start with the first episode. Welcome to all learners towards our first episode of this series, in which we will get basic concepts of this technology. So let's get into a deep dive of cloud computing key concepts, and begin with the concepts of cloud computing technology. So cloud computing is the on-demand delivery of IT resources via internet. Instead of buying, owning, and maintaining physical data centers and servers, you can access technology services such as computing power, storage, and networking on an as-need basis from a cloud provider like Google, Amazon, and Azure. Organizations of you can say every type, size, and industry are using the cloud for wide variety of use cases, such as backup, disaster recovery, email solutions, virtual desktop, and web servers. You can consider healthcare companies are using a cloud to develop more personalized treatments for patients. If we take another example from a financial sector, financial services companies are using the cloud to power real-time, you can say, fraud detection and prevention by using this technology. Gaming industry, you can say, video game makers are using cloud to deliver online games to millions of players around the world. Cloud computing gives you an instant access to a broad range of technologies, so you can innovate faster and build nearly anything you can imagine, from infrastructure to IoT or Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and much more. In this kind of industry, you can deploy technology services in a matter of minutes and get from idea to implementation several orders of magnitude faster than before. Important thing is that you don't need to make a large upfront budget in hardware and overpay for capacity you don't utilize most of the time in the IT industry. Instead, you can get benefit from pay-as-you-go subscription from all cloud vendors like Azure, Amazon, and Google around the globe. Moreover, you can scale the resources up and down to grow and shrink capacity instantly as your business need changes. Cloud computing also make it easy to expand the new regions and deploy globally in few minutes, or you can say within few clicks. Putting applications in closer proximity to, you can say, end user, reduce latency and improve their experiences. No matter your location, size, or industry, this technology free your managing free you can say free you from managing infrastructure and data centers, so you can focus on what matter most to your business in any kind of industry by utilizing this technology. So when we are talking about the cloud computing, I hope you get the basic concept of what are the basic benefit of this technology and why we are using this technology. So let's get into more episodes and get more detailed knowledge or information, as well as with hands-on labs to this technology. Thank you. Welcome back to all professionals and learners with our new episode of Cloud Computing Certification. In previous episode, we discussed the basic concept about what is cloud computing, and we learned that cloud computing is the on-demand delivery of IT resources via internet. Generally, when candidate heard about cloud computing, so they are thinking that there is a dramatic change in the IT industry, or they are thinking that the existing infrastructure of IT industry is no more utilized with cloud computing. But you must have to be understand that the whole infrastructure which we are using previously is still utilized in the cloud computing industry. So if we take the example of our existing infrastructure, in which we include number of servers, rack mounted servers, and these servers are still utilized in the today's computing world. Second thing, we are using number of switches for the purpose of connectivity, and same infrastructure is utilized with the cloud computing. And you will be surprised that routers are also exist for the purpose of forwarding our packets towards the destination over the internet. And in the same manner, we are using firewalls for the purpose of security, as we are using with our traditional data centers. And these firewalls are still exist in the world of cloud computing for the purpose of security. And for the purpose of data storage, we have SAN devices for the purpose of storage. We are using SAN infrastructure as we are using previously. So the question is that what kind of change this cloud computing industry bring in the IT world? So the way of accessing all these data centers, or the way of accessing all these infrastructure devices are now changed. Previously, we are bounded with specific data centers which are exist in our offices. But right now, this limitation is completely obsolete, and we can access all the infrastructure from anywhere by utilizing internet. That's why we are using the term cloud computing. You know that cloud exists everywhere. So from that concept, the industry experts use this naming convention of cloud computing, that if you have internet, so you can access your all IT infrastructure from anywhere. Now we have number of vendors like you can say Microsoft, and we have Amazon, we have Google, we have Rackspace. So there are a number of vendors which they develop their own data centers all around the world. So after the implementation of their data centers, they just rented out their infrastructure over the internet for all IT companies, for all pharmaceutical companies, and all software houses which are right now working in the current IT industry. So previously, we need to develop a complete data center to make our IT operations for our office staff. But right now, we don't need to implement any kind of you can say data centers. We don't need to buy any kind of servers, switches, routers, firewalls, storage devices, and we don't need any kind of staff to manage all this complicated infrastructure which exists in our data centers. So the thing is that there are a number of vendors exist that develop their own data centers in different regions of the world, and they rented out their all resources. When I talk about all resources, it means that it might be hardware resources or it might be software resources. So when I talk about the hardware resources, it means that I'm talking about the servers, switches, routers, firewalls, storage. All this stuff is fall in the category of hardware. And when I discuss about the software, which means that now operating systems are available over the cloud. You can access any type of operating system from Linux platform, from Microsoft platform, or any other platform over the cloud services. And a number of applications like voice over IP, collaboration services, database applications are available on rental basis from number of vendors which we previously discussed. So they just rented out their hardware resources and software resources over the internet, and companies are now companies are no more bounded to their own infrastructure, and they just integrated their hardware resources and software resources with our web browser, with the user interface, from where we can manage, we can access and implement all kinds of applications and all kinds of activities which we are previously done with our own data centers. So all infrastructure is same. You just need to get the basic concept that all the infrastructure is same, but the thing which is changed related to the cloud computing is that you must have to be understand it that number one thing, there are a number of vendors which are implementing, which develop their own data centers in different regions, and now these resources are rented out, rented their resources. And the third thing is that you just need internet to access all kind of hardware and software infrastructure. So the basic idea behind the cloud computing is just to provide all kind of IT resources over the internet. So I hope that you get the basic idea that there is nothing special in the cloud computing world. Number of technologies, number of tools, number of applications, number of operating systems and hardware resources are still same. The only thing is change is the way of accessing all these resources. So let's continue further and find more concepts about the cloud computing world. Here you can see that in front of you we have a Microsoft data center in the region of Dublin, and inside these data centers we have the same infrastructure. We have number of racks, we have number of servers, and all the infrastructure is same, and Microsoft integrated their all infrastructure. It might be hardware, it might be software with user interface, and you can access these all data centers of Microsoft from your web browser. So here you can see that. So the infrastructure is same, the buildings are same, the equipment, software side, hardware side, all the things are changed. Just these vendors rented out their resources for the purpose of utilizing all kind of IT resources. Here you can see, if you visit inside the building, we have a number of racks, and inside the racks we have, here you can see, we have number of servers over here. Here you can see that. And inside these servers, the major components are compute. Here you can see that the major component related to our data center is compute, which is the major part of the service, which is the major part of the servers, which include your processor, and important thing is your RAM, or you can say memory. And the second component, which is very important related to the data centers, is called our storage. And we generally use a simple term SAN, storage area networks, for the purpose of enterprise data centers, right? And the third and more important component which we are using for the purpose of connectivity is called switches, routers, and firewalls. So when we visit inside the data center of any vendor, it might be Google, it might be Amazon, Microsoft, Rackspace, Alibaba Cloud. So inside infrastructure is generally consists of a compute, storage area network, and switches, routers, and firewalls. So behind the scene, the traditional infrastructure is running in a same manner. The way of access is changed. So let's move further and get more ideas about the cloud computing infrastructure. Let me clear the whole stuff so we can move further. Here you can see that now the management, administration, implementation, these all activities now will be performed by the vendors which are implementing their own data centers. Now end user is totally disconnected with the administration of servers, with the administration of storage area networks, by managing any kind of networking infrastructure. This whole responsibility and of management administration now will be on the side of vendor. It might be Microsoft or Amazon or Google. So the administration side is now completely goes at the vendor side. Here you can see that now what the important thing that now the vendors which we previously discussed, they have their number of resources. Here you can see that we have number of servers, and if we can generalize it, we can say that we have hardware, and inside the hardware we definitely have operating system, and we have applications which we are using in our daily IT operations. So these all hardware and software resources implemented inside the data centers, and now they are shifted towards the cloud. And from now, from this technology, here you can see that now by utilizing this cloud technology, by utilizing this let me highlight it for you. By utilizing this cloud technology, all resources are integrated with the user interface, and user can easily access from their web browser, and all kinds of operations, all kinds of stuff is available over the browser. And in the next session, when we get the demo, the concepts will be more clear related to the cloud computing. So I just need to clear this stuff so we can move further. So let's move further and get more detailed concepts. Here you can see that now inside the servers, as I discussed, that we have a number of operating systems. It might be on the platform of Microsoft. Let me It might be operating systems, it might be on the platform of Microsoft, and it might be client operating systems which include Windows 8 or Windows 10, or it might be server operating system 2012, 2016, 2019, or we have open source operating systems which include Linux, right? And we have a number of applications related to the email infrastructure, related to the collaboration, related to the data analysis. All kinds of software resources are now available inside the cloud industry. And here you can see that if we visit inside the servers, here you can see that we have email solutions, we have all kinds of administration activities, we have e-commerce solutions, we have connectivity options, we have data analysis and search options. There are a number of applications now engaged with this cloud industry, and end user is completely unaware and enjoying this industry by utilizing the current cloud computing infrastructure. So by time you are realizing that we are getting more clear concepts related to the cloud computing infrastructure. Here you can see that now this cloud industry have all kind of hardware and software infrastructure. It might be related to the artificial intelligence, it might be about Internet of Things, it might be a data analysis, it might be cryptocurrency, it might be development tools, integration, email solutions, databases, administration, monitoring solutions, security. All kinds of stuff is now available on the cloud computing. So I can say that right now, if we are getting the real concept of the cloud computing is simply rented out services and one-stop shop where each and everything is available related to the hardware and software. Now, these end users, by utilizing this industry, now here you can see that all the end users are utilizing different kinds of applications, different kinds of activities. Some of the applications, here you can see that they are utilizing e-commerce applications, they are enjoying their music, they are establishing any audio and video calls, and they are working on some kind of documents, and all these resources are available on this industry. So in a nutshell, if I discuss the cloud computing concept, all the traditional infrastructure is same. The way of access is now changed if we talk about the cloud computing. And second thing, all the resources are rented out. And the third thing, you can access all resources by utilizing internet from anywhere. And these vendors implemented their number of data centers around the world. So you can implement your data centers on the cloud in multiple regions for the purpose of redundancy or fault tolerance. So behind the scene ideas are very simple related to the cloud computing. So I hope that you get the basic idea in the first episode, and now in this episode we discuss in more detail about the cloud computing infrastructure and how end user is utilizing this infrastructure. So after that we will go and discuss what kind of limitations we have with the previous infrastructure and what kind of benefits right now we are getting from this cloud industry. So let's get into the third episode of this certification program. Welcome back to the demo episode of the cloud computing certification. Previously we discussed about cloud computing infrastructure and what kind of stuff or what kind of equipment exists inside cloud computing industry. And we get the concept that there are a number of vendors and they implemented a number of data centers in different regions of the world. You can consider Microsoft or Rackspace or Google or Alibaba or Amazon, and a number of other vendors implemented their data centers around the globe. Here you can see that we have a Dublin data center of the Microsoft, and inside these data centers we implemented the rack and all kind of stuff and infrastructure which require for data centers is implemented inside these data centers. And we get the concept. We get detailed information that we have compute resource. Here you can see that we have compute resource in which we include a processor and memory. And the second major component of the cloud computing infrastructure is our you can say storage. And the third and more important component is networking, which include switches, firewalls, and routers, which are running inside the data centers. So let's get a bit demo about all those infrastructures so we can get more clearer scope about the cloud computing infrastructure. Or let me share a new screen with you so you can get demo about the. Here you can see. Let me remove this older stuff. So I'm going to share a new screen with you and get the basic demo about the cloud computing infrastructure. Here we go. Here you can see that we have a URL about Microsoft Azure portal, and the address is portal.azure.com, and I just logged in by using my credentials. And inside this window you can see that we have a number of options related to the IT infrastructure. Let go in more detail about the cloud infrastructure. Here you can see that I just click on more services and the new window will be appear in front of you. Here you can see that we have three major components you can easily find over here. Here you can see that previously three components discussed over here: compute, networking, and storage. And these three components are exist over here. So it means that I can create a complete virtual machine from here. I can create my personalized or customizable virtual machine, networking options, and storage account here from the portal. Definitely in coming episodes we will explore all kind of skills related to the deployment of cloud computing, but right now we are at the introductory episode. That's why we are just exploring the options which exist inside the cloud infrastructure. So previously in the slide I discussed here you can see that I discussed the three major options. Here you can see that three major options, and these three major options can be easily verified from Azure portal. Here you can see that, and if I click on the compute option, there are other options related to the compute resources. We will definitely implement all those options in coming episodes. And here you can see that virtual machine exists. And in networking, here you can see that we are in the traditional infrastructure, we are using our physical switches, physical routers, physical firewalls, but here are the logical objects. Here you can see that virtual networks which will be work as a physical switches, and here you can see that we have firewall manager, we have firewall policies, we have web application firewall policies. So the concepts which we previously discussed, we can practically utilize all those options over here from this portal. And if I click on the storage option, here you can see that I can create a number of storage accounts as per my own requirements. So the concept which we get in the previous episode now will be more clearer when we are discussing about the cloud computing technology. So let's get back to the PowerPoint and see what we have new options. So here we get the basic components. Now it's time to explore about the applications. I told you that we have a number of collaboration applications, we have email solutions, we have backups, we have written disaster recovery solutions. So we can also explore in the demo all these applications which we discuss right now. So let me share a screen again with you, so we can explore about the applications. Here you can see that here. So there are a number of web applications. Here you can see that, and mobile application platform is available on cloud computing industry. Here the databases which is purely utilized for e-commerce or banking sector, and you can easily analyze that we have SQL databases, we have Azure databases, Azure SQL, Azure Cosmos DB, and numerous options related to the databases application. And here you can see that we have blockchain options, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things. So when previously we discussed about the resources, so we categorize them in two major options. So number one is called hardware resources, and number two is called their softwares and applications, and both resources we verify here from the portal. So let's explore all these options with Google and see what kind of resources available on the Google platform. So we will discuss the same options in the coming episode, and all these options will be explored on the platform of Google. So let's go for the next episode. Welcome back again. Let's explore the same options on the Google Cloud platform, so you can get more clear picture about the cloud computing technology, and your concepts will be more flourish related to this new technology. So let me share a new screen with you related to the cloud computing infrastructure on the platform of Google Cloud. So here now we have on the platform of Google Cloud. Here you can see that the URL console.cloud.google.com, and when I click on this navigation bar, here you can see that I have a number of options, same previously we discussed on the Azure platform. Here you can see that the compute option. So from compute option, I can implement virtual machines. Here if I explore the compute engine options, here you can see that VM instances and further options available here. And related to the storage, here you can see that I have a storage option available, same as we discussed on the platform of Azure. And if I go down here, you can see that I have a number of storage options available. Same storage account I can create over here. SQL options also available over here. And if I can explore more, you can also find here, you can see that networking option is also available over here, and I can create my own virtual switches from here. Here you can see that I have number of options. I can create my virtual private cloud, which is considered as a virtual network, which we previously discussed on the platform of Microsoft. And here you can see that we have firewall options where we can implement a number of policies related to the inbound and outbound traffic, which we are using in our cloud infrastructure. And here you can see that we have router options also available, where we can specify what kind of routing policies we will utilize for our infrastructure. And here you can see that I can configure public and private IP addresses over here. So what we discussed previously, that infrastructure is same related to the compute, storage and network, but the way of access is completely changed. And now all concepts are verified from both platforms on Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud, that now we have one stop shop where we can perform number of tasks related to the compute, storage and networking. And if I need any kind of applications, all kind of applications also available here on the Google Cloud platform. Here you can see that I have network security options where I can implement more security policies related to the SSL and other application based policies. So if I can explore these all options on the Amazon, same options with different names will be available over there, and same concepts and logics and techniques will be implemented related to all cloud computing vendors. It might be Alibaba, or it might be Rackspace, or Amazon, or Google Cloud, and Microsoft Azure. So I hope that the previously concepts which we discussed, theoretical concepts, now you have more clear picture about cloud computing operations. So let's get into another episode related to the cloud computing infrastructure. Welcome back again to all learners. As you know that we get the basic concepts related to the cloud computing infrastructure. Now we are going to explore further more options related to this technology. So let's get an example, and then by considering this example, we are going to implement our infrastructure on cloud computing technology. For example, you can consider that I'm going to start a new software house in my own country, and my software house name will be, you can consider Softtech. Okay, it will be my software house. So I need number of IT infrastructure if I want to make operational this new software house, and for that purpose I need to buy a number of servers, a number of storage devices, networking devices, and other equipment related to the data center. But I think that this equipment and establishing a new data center will be very costly. So I decided that to use rental services which provide by cloud computing technology. So I have number of vendors which I previously learned, that I have Microsoft, I have Amazon, I have Rackspace, Alibaba Cloud, and Google, and there are other vendors in this cloud computing industry. So I decided that I will take all kind of services from Microsoft, related to hardware resources or related to software or application resources. So I will take all kind of resources from Microsoft. It might be you can say hardware, okay, or it might be operating system, or it might be applications or any other services. So I contact to the Microsoft, and I dropped an email at sales team that I need your cloud services. So they will ask a few questions regarding the deployment of cloud computing infrastructure, and their first question will be, in which region you want to establish or you want to start your cloud computing services. So here the story begins, and we will go further to explore that in how many regions Microsoft exists and provide cloud computing services. So let's move further and explore about the regions concept of Microsoft. Here you can see that generally Azure global infrastructure shows that globally Microsoft have almost 54 regions available. It means that Microsoft available in 54 regions around the globe, in which 52 regions are available and are operational, while in 2 regions Microsoft are still working to make their data centers operational for a specific infrastructure. So these different on the map, you can see that there are a number of areas where Microsoft generally exists, and in all these regions I can start my cloud computing services from Microsoft. So here you can see that there are a number of regions. Here you can see that West Central US, Goa, Canada, East, UK, West Europe, and here you can see that we have a number of regions related in Australia. Here you can see that Australia East, Australia Southeast, and we have South Asia region where Microsoft data centers exist, and here you can see that UAE is also covered, and number of data centers exist in the region of China, and here you can see that Brazil South is also available where Microsoft data centers exist, and all these data centers we can verify from the Azure portal. So let's go to the Azure portal and verify all these locations from the portal. So I just want to share a new screen with you, so you can easily verify all those regions from the Azure portal. Here you can see that I'm on the Azure portal, and here are a number of regions available. Here you can see that East US 2, South Central and Asia Pacific, Australia East, and as we go down, there are a number of regions available in Microsoft data centers. Okay, so whenever you decide to start your cloud computing services from any other vendor, it might be Amazon, it might be Google Cloud, so they are operational around the globe in different regions. So select your nearest region where you want to start your cloud computing services. So I hope that you generally get the idea about cloud computing infrastructure, that the cloud computing services available everywhere, internationally or globally. You just need internet connection to deploy or implement all these services related to the hardware infrastructure or operating systems or application area. So let's move with the next exploring idea related to the cloud computing. Welcome back again. So in previous episode, we decide that we will start our cloud computing services for our software house from Microsoft, and we decide that we will use Microsoft US Central Data Center for implementing our infrastructure services related to the cloud computing. So right now in front of you here, I have a US central data center of Microsoft in the region of Dublin. So I registered my organization at Azure portal, and right now I have this one window operation. So now I'm entered into the supermarket of you can say IT, supermarket of the IT, where I can buy each and everything related to IT infrastructure, related to the application, or related to any kind of services. So it's a one-stop shop where I can implement, where I can utilize all kinds of infrastructure services. It might be related to the compute network or storage. I can utilize artificial intelligence services. I can implement internet of things. I can also utilize all kinds of security services related to the infrastructure on the platform of Microsoft Azure. And there is a large number of services related to the cloud computing, which I can implement for my own software house. So let's get a big picture of all kinds of services related to the cloud computing infrastructure. Here we go. Now here you can see that if I can start from infrastructure services. So there are three major categories related to the infrastructure services, which include compute, storage, and networking. In the compute resource, I can deploy virtual machines. I can start development with containerization. I can also implement Kubernetes related to the containerization technology. And there are a number of other services which also fall in the category of compute. At second stage, I have storage services related to the infrastructure, and there are types of storage account which I can create in Azure portal according to my own software house requirement. So there are types of storage accounts which we will discuss later as we go further with this certification training program. And at level 3, we have networking services, where we can create virtual switches, where we can implement DNS services, where I will implement VPN gateways, and number of other resources related to the security. So these three major services fall in the category of infrastructure services. I have also services related to the media and CDN, which is stand for content delivery network, which we generally utilize for the purpose of performance enhancements when we are sending data back and forth on cloud computing infrastructure. And here you can see that I have a number of application platforms related to the web apps, mobile apps, APIs, cloud services. And if I talk about data services related to the database applications, here you can see that we have number of applications related to the databases, which include SQL database, which include Azure Cache for Redis. We also have table storage. So there are number of services also fall in the category of data. And here you can see that analytics and IoT. So I have number of services related to the Internet of Things and stream analytics, data lake analytics services, data factory, and Power BI services available on the platform of Microsoft Azure. And here you can see that there are a number of services available related to the security and management. So If we write down the summary related to the cloud services on any other platform, it might be Amazon, it might be Google, or any other cloud vendor. So these all kinds of services available on all other vendors as well. So now we have a big picture related to the cloud services which exist globally. So on the cloud platform, we are not only limited to the infrastructure services in which compute, storage, and networking include, but we also have a number of application platforms. We have DevOps, we have IoT, we have compute resources, we have security and management. So by time, we will definitely implement and start the deployment of all these services one by one. So I hope that you get the real concept of services related to the cloud computing infrastructure. Welcome back again to all cloud learners with a new exciting episode of cloud computing certification. Previously, we get detailed concepts about cloud computing industry. Right now, we have another important concept which is known as cloud service model. So when you decide to get the rental services from a cloud computing industry, for that purpose, you can contact any cloud computing vendor. It might be Amazon, Microsoft, Google Cloud, or any other vendor. When you call them, so they will reply you that, sir, we have a number of models related to the cloud computing technology. We are going to send the list of our models. Kindly select your specific model according to your requirements. After that, we will definitely provide our services for your software house or any other organization. So, it might be when you are going to utilize any kind of rental services on cloud computing industry, it might be possible that you only need infrastructure services. And it might be possible that you need only hosting services, or you want to utilize the artificial intelligence services, or you only want to enjoy DevOps development side. So it's up to you. According to your requirement, you just need to select the specific service model from any cloud vendor. So before going to understand in detail cloud service model, just take an example. So, for example, you are going to start your own business, and for that purpose, you need office space. And for this office space requirements, you call any real estate agent and you said that, hello, sir, I need office space near my location. Do you have any availability? So they will reply you, yes, of course. We have a number of office spaces available. I'll just send you the list and options. And according to your requirement, you can select any one of them, and then we will provide our services to you. So let's take the example, what kind of options they have related to their own services. Here are the list of models. Here you can see that after call, real estate agent send me three options. Number one option is that office space with 1,000 square yard without any furniture, office cabinets, etc. on monthly rental basis. So I reject this option because I know that if I get this space, I need to spend money on furniture, office cabinets, and etc. In second option, he said me that office space 1,000 square yards. Okay, that's good. With all kind of furniture, that's a suitable option. All kinds of furniture, office cabinets, etc. on monthly rental basis. So, you know, when I saw these two options, so the first option I just rejected because it will require more money or more budget. So I select the second option. But when I read the third option, office space 1000 square yard with all kind of furniture, office cabinets, that's good, laptops, that's another advantage, etc., on per hour rental basis. That is the right option and more suitable option for me, because I don't need to pay for monthly basis, because it might be I utilize my office space for only 9 hours, okay, or it might be for 12 hours. So it's more suitable for me to pay for 12 hours rather than to pay on monthly basis. An important thing, laptop is already available, office cabinets, furniture, each and everything. It means that it's a well furnished office, ready to use, available for your software house. So I will select the third option because it will save my time, it will save my budget, and it is more convenient for me in all aspects. So in the same manner, when we are going to utilize cloud computing industry, this industry has also number of models, and according to our requirements, we need to select any one of them. So let's go and explore options related to the cloud service. Let me remove all this stuff, and then we will move further. Here you can see that cloud service models. First option we have already rejected, which is known as on-premises. Here you can see that. I just want to highlight it for you. Here you can see that. On premises, I already rejected this option because previously I discussed that I don't want to buy any kind of infrastructure devices. It might be servers, in infrastructure devices, networking devices, security devices. So it's a traditional infrastructure which I have already decided that I will not go with this option. Now, other three options available with cloud service model. First model is very simple. It's called infrastructure as a service. Okay. In this model, what kind of services cloud service model will provide me? Number one, it will provide me all kind of infrastructure related to the networking. That's good thing. And all kind of storage infrastructure. Number three, all kind of servers will be available for me. And fourth and most important option, virtualization is already implemented, so I can create my own virtual machines. In the first model of the cloud industry, we have all infrastructure related equipment available, which we can utilize for implementing our own operating systems, Active Directory services, and any other relevant services which I want to deploy in my cloud computing infrastructure. After that, after these four options, it's my responsibility to install all kinds of operating systems, any kind of middleware applications, might be SQL or might be e-commerce or might be web hosting servers, each and everything. You will, it's your responsibility to implement all kind of infrastructure after getting these four options in cloud service model. So that kind of model in which infrastructure is available and you need to deploy operating systems, applications, runtime data, and all kinds of implementation will be your responsibility. That kind of infrastructure is called infrastructure as a service. So if this option is more suitable for you, you can utilize it. Okay. The second option is called platform as a service. This model is more beneficial than the first one. In this option, all infrastructure related resources will be available, including operating system, any kind of middleware or runtime applications will be already available to you. You just need to put your data on cloud for testing purpose or for any analysis or any other kind of task. So in second option, service ready infrastructure will be available for you. You don't need to spend time on installing operating systems, applications, and other kind of stuff in this kind of model. So if this kind of model is more suitable for you, so you can utilize platform as a service from cloud service model. We can take the example of platform as a service. Let's see. You have a number of SQL databases, and you just want to host your SQL databases on cloud computing infrastructure. So for that purpose, you just need to put your SQL databases on Microsoft Azure or Amazon or Google, and all the infrastructure will be already implemented over there. You just need to put your own databases over there and enjoy your databases infrastructure for your own company. And it might be it is possible that you have any you develop any kind of game, and you just want to test your gaming features. So for that purpose, you request to the Microsoft that I need that kind of infrastructure. They will provide all kind of infrastructure related resources, and then install all kinds of operating systems and application, and you just need to test your own gaming features over there. So that kind of model is called platform as a service. Third model is also available if you want to get the benefit from a cloud computing infrastructure. This model is called SaaS, software as a service. In this kind of model, each and everything is available on the cloud. You just need to request to the Microsoft that I need this service, I need this software, this specific software will be provided to you, and you will be totally utilizing the specific application or specific software, and it will be the responsibility of the Microsoft that manage all kind of hardware resources, operating system, application, each and everything will be the responsibility of the Microsoft. You are the end user and just utilizing the cloud services and enjoying the benefits of this industry. And if you want to take the example of software as a service, so Skype for Business is the best example for software as a service. You just call to the Microsoft and said that, hey, I need a communication application which installed on my laptops and my employees or my colleagues' cell phones, so they can coordinate, communicate, and conduct a number of meetings for their business purposes. So Microsoft will allow you to register yourself for on Skype for Business, and after your organization registration, you can utilize Skype for Business for all kinds of communication. The second example related to the software as a service is Office 365. You don't want to install any kind of Office applications on your laptops or on your desktop machines or mobile phones. Office 365 is available online on their web portal. So you can utilize all kinds of Office applications from Office 365. So these three models available on all cloud vendors. You can avail these three service models from Amazon, from Google Cloud, from Azure, from Rackspace, or any other vendor. So it's up to you. Now, when you understand infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service, so being as a cloud professional, now it's your responsibility what kind of infrastructure you are going to propose for your client, for your customer, or for your own business. So I hope that you get the basic concepts in detail about cloud service models. So let's go for further episodes and learn more technical skills and hands-on labs related to the cloud computing industry. Welcome back again with a new episode, and in this episode we will go and create a free Azure portal account to explore cloud computing features related to Microsoft Azure. So let's begin this episode. I just type create free Azure account. Here you can see that I just click on the Azure official site. And as I continue, you will find two options. Here you can see that start free or buy now. So you just click on the start free button and process will be initiated. Here you can see that I'm using teachonudemy@gmail.com as in my email address. So you can also contact us via this email address if you have any queries, or if you want to give us any kind of feedback related to our training program. So here I have selected my region. Now I type my first name and then last name, my email address and my cell number. Here you can see that, and click on the next button. And now I select the text me, so it will send a code on my cell number and I can proceed further. When this procedure is completed, then you will get $200 amount from Microsoft, where you can perform number of activities on Azure portal. So I get code on my cell number. I just want to type this code 899382. I will verify the code and then follow the simple options by which I can create this account. And all these steps are uploaded in a document. With this training, you can download that specific document and create your own Azure portal account and proceed by exploring further features related to the Microsoft cloud computing technology. Okay, here you can put your Visa card information and all relevant information for creating your own account. And when you're done with all activities related to the Microsoft Azure portal, you can also deactivate this account before 1 month. Okay, so let's begin with further exploring features related to the cloud computing technology. Hi, welcome back again. Now I have created my free Azure portal account and I can verify my earn credits from here. Now you can see that I have $200 of credit which I can spend by performing number of activities on this portal related to the cloud computing technology. Here you can see that I have virtual machines. From here I can create a number of virtual machines according to my requirements. I have a storage account option where I can create my storage accounts for storing my operating system files and also create a number of folders and I can store my official data in all these kinds of storage accounts. And I have number of other resources related to the infrastructure and applications which I can explore in the more services option. As I click on this option, here you can see that I can see all the listed resources related to the infrastructure and services on the Microsoft Azure portal. Now, the three major services on which we will work, number one is called compute, in which we will create a number of virtual machines according to our own requirements and explore number of options, what kind of virtual machines available over here, what kind of configurations we have, and how we can customize all kinds of virtual machines. In the second step, we have the networking options where I can create virtual switches for the purpose of connectivity. Definitely, when I create the virtual machines, these virtual machines will be connected with each other and inside the cloud infrastructure and outside the cloud computing infrastructure. So we will perform a number of activities in the domain of networking. And in the third option, here you can see that we have a storage option where we can create a number of storage accounts where we can store our virtual machines data, where we can store our employees data, where we can share number of folders in our own infrastructure for the purpose of storing any kind of data related to our own company. Okay, and downside here you can see that we have number of applications related to the DevOps, related to the artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and we have a number of monitoring services by which we can monitor our Azure portal infrastructure resources. It might be virtual machines, networking, storage accounts, and all kinds of activities which I perform on my Azure portal account. I can monitor from this central location. So by time we will explore each option, we will understand in detail about the compute resources, about the networking, about the storage accounts. And we will definitely explore about the DevOps option in which we will cover serverless technology, in which we will discuss containerization and number of options related to the DevOps. In the security section, we will definitely cover Azure portal security. We will discuss a number of firewall features to protect our all kind of inbound and outbound data. And we will also explore a number of Dockers and containerization technology on this platform. So by time, as we continue, we will explore all the options by time. So let's begin with initial configuration of this portal. So when I click on this navigation button, I can click on the home. At initial stage, at the first step, we will create the resource group at first step. So let's get the basic concepts about the resource group, and then we will continue with further demos related to the cloud computing technology. So let's begin with the demonstration of resource groups. Welcome back again, and in this episode we will get the basic concepts about the resource group. Let me share my whiteboard with you so we can discuss the concepts of resource group. Here is my whiteboard. So when we talk about the resource group is basically collection of resources which include compute, networking, and storage, and you can include many other resources from your own portal. The basic purpose of the resource group is that you can isolate one department resources from an other department. You know that each organization or each company have multiple departments like IT, HR, sales, marketing, finance, accounts. So by utilizing this resource group technique, we can isolate one department resources from other department. The actual purpose of the resource group is that the administration, implementation, monitoring, and management will be really easier for cloud administrators when we are using the resource group. You know that when we categorize the resources of each department, we can implement our policies on each department separately. Otherwise, if we don't create a resource group, all the resources from the different departments will be masked up with each other. And if we want to implement any kind of policies on a separate department, it will be really difficult for us. You know that we implement separate policies for each department. let's say I can take the example of IT department. So when I'm going to create policies for IT department, these policies will be totally different from the HR department, and the HR department policies will be totally different from the finance, accounts, sales, and so on. This process will be continue. So when we categorize and isolate the resources of one department from other department, the management, administration, monitoring, implementation, all activities will be really easier for the cloud administrators. In the same manner, you can consider that if you are a cloud service provider and you are providing cloud services in your own region, and if you have multiple clients or multiple customers, so at that step you can also isolate one customer resources from other customers. By doing this, you can implement, you can manage, you can monitor and perform number of activities on all customers separately. That's why resource group is really important resource on Azure portal. So before going to perform any kind of activities like creating the virtual machines, creating storage accounts or networking, at first step you must need to create your resource group first, and then include your all resources according to your departmental requirement or according to your customer requirement by utilizing this resource group technique. So I hope that you get the basic concept about the resource group. Let's create the first resource group on Azure portal. Let me share again my Azure portal account window with you. Here you can see that. So I just click on the resource group and you will find that initially I don't have any resource group. So I just click on the add button. When I click on the add button, the wizard will be continue, and here you can see that here is my Azure subscription which I got by my trial account, and now here I can use my resource group name. You can categorize by department wise, you can categorize by customer wise, it's up to you. It's my first resource group, so I will name it demo-rg. Okay, so it's my demo resource group which I will use for further lab demonstrations. So you can create like accounts -rg, which will mentioned as account resource group, and same process will be continued for IT, HR, finance, and other departments. And here you can select the region. By default, I'm working in East US region, and if you have multiple Azure accounts or if you have multiple regions in which you are working, you can change region from here. Here you can see that. So by default, I have East US account, so I will go with the default options, and here I can click on the review and create button. And as I clicked, validation is passed. I don't have any issues related to the validation, and I click on the create button. And within few seconds, my resource group will be created. Here you can see that creating resource group demo, and within few seconds the screen will be updated and I'll get my newly created resource group over here. I just need to click on the refresh button so you can verify your newly created resource group on Microsoft Azure portal. Here you can see that I get the demo-rg resource group. Now I can further continue with creating number of resources. This might be compute, networking, storage, or any other resource. So let's continue with further lab demonstrations. Welcome back to all learners. In the previous episode, we get the concepts of resource group and we create our first resource group on Azure portal. Now we are ready to create any kind of compute resources, networking, and storage on our Azure portal. So let's begin with our first virtual machine creation on Azure portal. So I can click on the virtual machine. I can create my first virtual machine from here, or I can click on create a resource, or I can also utilize more services option from Azure portal. Here you can see that I click on the compute option, and again this virtual machine option appeared over here. So I click on the virtual machine. I find the option of creating virtual machine. I click on the create button, and now wizard will be continue. And here you can see that I find the options how I can create my first virtual machine. Here you can see that if I get the default options, subscription is appeared over here, Azure subscription 1, and here you can see that resource group. So previously I have created the resource group, and I select my resource group from here. And if I don't have any resource group, I can also utilize to create new one from here as well. Here I can put my virtual machine name, so I can use the virtual machine name. You can say server operating system. Okay, I don't use this space, so server OS 2016, right? I select again the region area, and then I have also availability options, which I will discuss later. And here you can see that image option. Here you can select a number of operating systems from Azure portal. So I'm going to install Windows Server 2016 Data Center Edition over here on this virtual machine. So I'll just click on this Windows Server 2016 Data Center option. If I want to create any Linux based machines, so options are available. I can also create Windows 10 Pro machine over here. So I click on the required operating system, and then proceed with further options. Here you can see that the important thing is size. Okay, so we have a number of options available related to the virtual machine hardware resources, which include processor and memory. Here you can see that I have 2 CPUs options with 8 GB memory, 1 CPU with the 3.5 GB, 4 CPUs with the 16 GB. So I'll go with the default option, and here I put my username. So I use as user super user for login process on this machine, and I configure my password over here. Complicated password will be required for security purpose, and same password I will type over here. Same password will type again, and here password matched. And now here you can see that select inbound ports, which we will use for remote desktop connection. So you all know that 3389 we use for remote desktop connectivity. So I'll go with the default option and click on review and create button. As I click on review and create button, within few seconds window will be appear. Right now validation is in process. As this validation process completed, so this create button will be available for me. It will take a while. We will wait for it. And here you can see that validation passed. I can create this virtual machine. So I just click on this create button, and within few moments my new virtual machine will be ready for use, and I can perform number of activities as I done before on my traditional data center infrastructure, where I can create virtual machines, I install the operating systems, I run the updates and number of activities. So the same in the same manner, I can perform number of activities when this machine virtual machine creation process will be completed. So I'm going to pause the video, and then when the process completed, then we'll continue from same window. Here you can see that your deployment is underway. Now you can see the virtual machine process is completed, and here you can see that your deployment is complete. I can verify my newly created machine from resources. I just click on home button, and when I click on the virtual machines, now here you can see that my server OS 2016 machine is created. I click on this virtual machine and all the resources will be appeared over here. Here you can see that I can see the resource group demo-rg, and now my virtual machine creation process is completed. If I want to start this virtual machine, process is already initiated. And in the same manner, if I want to restart and stop, or if I want to delete this virtual machine, I can perform number of activities from this single window. So I hope that you will get the basic concepts of creating the virtual machine, and in coming episode, we will connect this virtual machine via RDP, remote desktop connection, and verify number of things inside this virtual machine. Welcome back again. Here in this short episode, we are going to connect with our newly created VM with remote desktop connection. So here on the screen, you can verify your public IP address in the networking portion, while a private IP address as well. Private IP address is basically used within the cloud connectivity, and public IP address we generally use for the purpose of remote desktop connection. So from here, I just copy this address and open my remote desktop connection application, and let me share a screen with you. So here you can see that I just type my same public IP address over here and click on the connect option. Now my username is S user, a super user, and I just I need to just type the password and click OK and click on yes. And as we done, here you can see that now I'm connected with my newly created VM. I can verify operating system version from here, and here you can see that Windows Server 2016 operating system is exist on my newly created VM. I can also verify my IP address related information, and here I just type the ipconfig /all command. So here you can see that I can verify all information related to the IP addresses. Here you can verify my private IP address for this VM. So let's start with the next episode and explore more options related to the cloud computing technology.
Hello and welcome to all learners on our productive and skill-oriented platform. So being as a cloud learner, previously we explore a number of fundamental concepts regarding the cloud computing technology. and we learn number of skills regarding how we can create virtual switches on our cloud platform, how we can play with the storage stuff, and how we can create virtual machines on our Azure platform. So when we create virtual machines, so definitely our end users going to make remote desktop connections to all virtual machines which we created on our Azure platform. So for that purpose, generally we are using remote desktop application, and we put the IP address of our virtual machine, and after that we can put the username, password, and we get simply connected with our virtual machines. But unfortunately, important thing is that this remote desktop connection is not secure by default. So if any hacker or intruder catch our network traffic, so intruder can easily get information about our IP addresses, our username, password, and number of other resources on our Azure platform. So right now it's our core responsibility to get the skills about how we can secure our cloud infrastructure from any hacker or intruder. So for that purpose, we have a number of options like network security groups. So like we can implement Azure firewall for our own infrastructure, and we have an other tremendous option which we are going to use for the purpose of connectivity, which is called site-to-site VPN. And we have also a NAT and PAT options available for the purpose of security. But we will definitely explore all those options. But right now we our major concern is about how we can secure our remote desktop connection. So for that purpose, Microsoft provide a tremendous service for the purpose of remote desktop security, and that service is called Azure Bastion. So whenever we implement Azure Bastion for our remote desktop connectivity, so Azure Bastion utilize HTTPS protocol and TLS latest version for the purpose of data encryption and remote connectivity. So when we implement this service, so our the remote desktop connection is completely secure, and no one can get detailed information about our sessions like IP address, like username, password, because this whole traffic will be encrypted. So right now we are going to implement Azure Bastion for our Azure infrastructure. So by that means our end user can easily make secure connections to their Azure VM. So let's move and implement Azure Bastion. Hello and welcome to all of you on our skill oriented and productive platform. So right now we are going with the implementation of Azure Bastion demo, and we have a virtual machine on our Azure Cloud platform, and here you can see I have a public IP address on this machine, and if I want to make remote desktop session, so I just use this public IP address, and after that I'll provide username and password, and by this way I can simply establish a remote desktop session with this virtual machine. But unfortunately, if I'm using this public IP address, my virtual machine will be exposed over the internet, which is not recommended, which is not secure. Second thing is that when I'm using a default remote desktop station for this purpose, so this connectivity will not be encrypted, or you can say the session will be completely unencrypted, or the session will be established in a plain text. So it will be really easy for any intruder or hacker to get the detailed information about my remote desktop session, and any intruder or hacker can easily launch any kind of attack on my cloud infrastructure. So whenever we talk about the Azure Bastion, so Azure Bastion is generally used to secure your remote desktop session by implementing number of protocols which encrypt your complete session when you are going with the remote desktop connectivity. So here you can see process is very simple. So whenever we are going to implement the Azure Bastion, so Azure Bastion will protect our virtual infrastructure during remote desktop connectivity. And this process is very simple when we talk about the security implementation. And here you can see, Azure Bastion will be completely facing the internet side of our cloud platform, and my virtual infrastructure will be completely hide or not exposing on internet. So outside user is not directly connecting with this virtual infrastructure. So whenever this outsider user make a remote desktop session, so this session will be completely handled by Azure Bastion. Second thing, whenever any user try to establish a remote desktop session, so this session will be used TLS latest technology, which make this session completely encrypted. So it will be really difficult, or you can say it will be completely impossible for any user to get a detailed information about your sessions. So let's move with the implementation of the Azure Bastion and see how we are going with the implementation of Azure Bastion with a few simple clicks. So let's move now. So the public IP address is removed now. So let's move with the Azure Bastion implementation. So here you can see I have Azure Bastion option over here. And if this option is not available over here, you can search from here as well. So when you type over here Azure Bastion, so here you can see Azure Bastion will be appeared over here. So let's create Bastion for our virtual infrastructure. So I just click on create Bastion, and it simply asks about my resource group, which is created previously during the demo sessions. So I just select my required resource group and provide the name for this Azure Bastion. So Bastion demo testing, right? And then I'll select the region, and it will be US Central. Here you can see, and then I'll select the virtual network, and then I'll move and simply click review and create Azure Bastion. And here you can see the subnet for Azure Bastion will be 10.0.0.0/24. So review and create, and here you can see this process is ongoing with the Azure Bastion. And here you can see validation passed. Just click on create button over here, and within a few seconds this Azure Bastion will be created, and we will be able to use this Bastion service for remote desktop connectivity. So here you can see deployment is in progress. So as this process completed, then we will go and verify how we are going to connect with this Azure Bastion service. So Bastion demo testing created over here. Now it's verifying our virtual network connectivity. So it's not very complicated process when we talk about the securing our remote connectivity. So within few clicks, you can easily create Azure Bastion, and your virtual infrastructure will be completely secure when you are making any kind of remote desktop connectivity. So I'm going to pause the video, and as this process completed, then we will move with the further demo session regarding Azure Bastion. So the deployment is completed. Here you can see your deployment is complete now. So let's move and get remote desktop session with the virtual machine. So I'm going with the compute section where I use virtual machines, and here you can see I have number of virtual machines. So I click on my virtual machine for which I'm going to check Azure Bastion, and here you can see I have connect option. So I just click on it, connect, and here Azure Bastion. So I click on the Bastion and I select use Bastion for this remote connectivity, and I'll just provide the username and a password for this remote desktop connectivity. And here we go. Now we are using Azure Bastion for this remote connectivity, and here you can see the security options. And if you want to verify, here you can see Microsoft Azure TLS issuing CA02 certificate for securing this remote desktop connectivity. And here you can see now I'm connected with my virtual machine by using Azure Bastion. So it's recommended whenever you are going with the cloud platform implementation. So you must have to secure your remote desktop connection and make sure that your virtual machines and other infrastructure is not exposed over the internet.
Now we are good to go with the advanced level of cloud computing technology. Previously, we cover number of fundamental concepts and we get detailed information about cloud architecture. So when we talk about the advanced level of concepts, so you all know that there are hundreds of services available inside the cloud computing technology. So for better understanding, it's really necessary to categorize all those services. So it will be really easier for us to get detailed information about each domain or get detailed information about each service. Second thing, when we categorize these services, so it will be really easier for us to analyze how we are getting information and how we are learning skills about each and every service. So let's move forward and see what kind of advanced level options available when we talk about the cloud computing technology. So at level 1, we are going to cover compute services in detail. So the first option is virtual machine. Previously we created a virtual machine, but remember, we just follow the default options. So we did not explore what inside we have options when we are implementing the virtual machine. So as we move forward, we will definitely explore what kind of advanced options available inside virtual machine and how we can customize the virtual machines, how we can select the virtual machine as per our own requirements. So when we move forward, we will definitely learn about the virtual machine scale sets, about the high availability, about availability sets, and about number of virtual disks which available inside the Microsoft Azure. So there are number of options available when we talk the compute services. We will definitely cover each and every component of this domain and learn all those skills which generally require for any kind of enterprise level cloud computing project. And when we done with the compute services, we will move with another advanced domain which is known as networking. So after dealing with the compute services, we are going to explore what kind of connectivity options available inside cloud computing technology. So we will get detailed information about virtual networks, how load balancers are working inside this technology, or what kind of options available regarding the CDN, or what is network interfaces, how we gonna work with public IP addresses, and more important thing is that we are going to explore network security groups and how we can protect our inbound interfaces, how we can protect our outbound interfaces, how we are going to deal with all these traffic parameters when we are working with the cloud computing technology. And we will definitely explore web application firewall policies, which is a kind of advanced level of a firewall when we are going to protect our cloud infrastructure from any kind of intruder or hacker. In the second domain, we are going to cover lots of advanced level of concepts, but purely about the networking. So when we deal with the networking domain, then we will move forward and explore another tremendous domain which is known as storage. So when we talk about the cloud computing technology, so we will definitely require some kind of storage services where we can store our virtual machines, where we can take the backups, where we can put our archive files. So for that purpose, we are going to utilize the storage services inside Microsoft Azure. So we will go and create storage accounts, and we will definitely explore what kind of options available inside the storage accounts and what kind of storage capabilities Microsoft provide when we select the storage account. And we will definitely explore a number of redundancy options regarding the cloud computing storage options. So there are lots of things regarding the storage account, and we will explore each and every component step by step. So after the completion of three major domains or three major services, what next? Interesting. So it's time to explore the security options. So we know that when we talk about the cloud computing technology, so our whole infrastructure, compute, storage, network exist on internet, and on internet there are number of bad guys who wants to destroy our infrastructure, who wants to hack our infrastructure. So we need to make strategies, protection strategies against all those bad guys. So for that purpose we are going to explore the security options, how we can protect our infrastructure from those bad guys, and how we are going to securely communicate inside the cloud computing domains or outside Microsoft Azure when we are going to deal with our on-prem integration, or we are going to deal with other any type of connectivity options. So when we talk about the security, so at level 1 we are going to explore number of options regarding the user authentication, regarding the user authorization, and how we are going to assign the rights to our users which exist inside the Microsoft Azure. Second thing is that we will definitely make number of strategies regarding the outbound interfaces, regarding the inbound interfaces, and we will implement a number of strategies including network security groups, so firewall, and a number of encryption strategies when we talk about the security. So by utilizing number of ways, or by using number of ways, we are going to protect our cloud infrastructure from any kind of hackers, malwares, intruders, or any kind of bad guys which are trying to attack on our infrastructure. So interesting. So after the completion of security, we have another major domain exist. So at number 5 we are going to explore backup and disaster recovery options. So when we talk about IT operations, when we talk about IT infrastructure, so you better know that there are chances that number of incident happens with virtual machines, with virtual infrastructure, with your applications, or with any kind of server operating system, or including your storage account. So if any kind of incident happens, it's your responsibility to make a proper strategy how to deal with all these kinds of disasters. So in the backup and disaster recovery domain, we are going to discuss what kind of options available regarding the backups, regarding the restores, regarding the replication, regarding the Azure security vaults, and how we are going to migrate our on-prem infrastructure with our Microsoft Azure, and how we are going to design the hybrid solutions for our infrastructure. So it's an other very important domain when you want to become a good cloud professional. So you must have to be learn all those strategies and all those skills which are really important for disaster recovery and backup strategies. So in this domain we will explore all those options including monitoring. So let's move and explore Microsoft Azure Cloud Computing technology. Well, when we talk about Microsoft Azure administration or implementation or any kind of monitoring activities, or if we want to perform any kind of backup and disaster recovery operations, so Microsoft offer a number of tools for the purpose of management, administration, implementation, and monitoring. So at level 1 we are going to categorize the tools, so it will be better for our own understanding. So basically Microsoft provide two kinds of tools for the purpose of management, administration, and implementation. The first one is called visual based tools, and the second one is called code based tools. So in the first category we have a single tool which is known as Microsoft Azure Portal. So Azure Portal is a visual based tool. It's a kind of user friendly tool which have wizard options. So you just need to click on the wizard options and just click next, and the process will be completed. So whenever you are at beginner level, so Azure portal is really helpful for cloud beginners, and you can perform all kinds of activities from Azure portal, and you can also perform any kind of advanced level implementation, management and monitoring. But on the other hand, if you want to explore the world of management tools, so the other side is code-based tools. And when we discuss about the code-based tools, so at first we have Microsoft Azure shell. So in this shell we have hundreds and thousands of commands, and with the help of those commands we can perform any kind of implementation task, management or monitoring task with few commands. So most of the time it's up to you and your organizational need what kind of tool you are going to select for your IT operations when you are dealing with any kind of cloud project. So second tool is really important, and if you want to perform any kind of implementation in a bulk quantity, let's say if you want to create multiple VMs with a single command, so you can perform all kinds of tasks from Microsoft Azure shell. Or if you want to implement a number of firewall policies within a single command, so you can also perform firewall implementation from Microsoft Azure shell. So by that means you can perform number of activities, and for that purpose Microsoft Azure shell also provide number of help tools which we will explore as we go with this course further. And most of the time in the production infrastructure we are really dependent on Microsoft Azure shell, because you can create bulk resources by this tool. You can also perform number of monitoring activities, logs activities, and in the same manner you can implement a number of storage accounts, security policies, and lots of other stuff. And if we move forward, so in the code based tools we have another important tool which is known as Microsoft Azure Resource Manager, and we called it Microsoft ARM, Azure Resource Manager. So we have lots of ARM templates, and templates are really good for the production infrastructure. So if you want to automate your cloud infrastructure activities, or if you want to schedule your cloud infrastructure activities, so you can utilize ARM templates for all these kinds of activities. So most of the time if we have number of repetitive tasks for our organization or for our project, so for that purpose we are going to implement ARM templates for the purpose of management, implementation, administration, monitoring, and lots of other activities. And if we move forward, so another important tool in the category of Microsoft code-based tools, the next tool is called Microsoft PowerShell. So Windows administrators better understand the importance of PowerShell. So the same PowerShell which we are generally using with our server operating system, same PowerShell with enhanced features integrated with Microsoft Azure. So you can also take the advantage of Azure PowerShell, and you can perform number of automation tasks with Azure PowerShell as well. So there are 4 major tools, and we have other APIs also available, and we also explore other APIs during this whole journey. So let's move and see at which place which tool is recommended from Microsoft and we utilize it. So let's move now.
Throughout your experience with the cloud, you may need to manage different aspects of your cloud environment. Let's take a look at the different kinds of management activities you may need to undertake, and which tool will best help you accomplish the given task. For simple one-time management tasks, you will likely use the Azure portal. The portal is a great way to explore Azure and perform tasks related to your individual account, payment options, and usage reports. You can also use the portal to deploy and configure your Azure services, whether you're deploying a VM, database, or a web app. However, if you need to repeatedly perform the same tasks, it might make more sense to create an Azure PowerShell script. The Azure PowerShell script utilizes the Azure Management API to automate identical tasks, like updating your VMs with a patch of your software, or applying special logic to poison messages in your queue. You can also build a custom application that manages or monitors some aspect of your cloud environment using one of the programmatic APIs for Python, Node, and other popular programming languages. Your application could feature a custom user interface that makes common tasks as simple as a single click. Alternatively, if you work in an environment where you need a highly reliable means of deploying a complex set of servers that fulfill different roles in your application architecture, you should use ARM templates. ARM templates are scripts for deploying multiple servers that may need to connect to each other based on your system's architecture and need to be deployed in a specific order. Microsoft gives you a variety of tools and options for managing your cloud environment, and you need to simply pick the right tool for the job.
Let's explore advanced level of concepts inside the virtual machine. So when we create virtual machine with the default options, so there are a number of benefits which we missed during the implementation of virtual machine. So when I click on the virtual machine options, here you can see I have the create button, and from drop down list I just select virtual machine, and here you can see when I select the default resource group, and after that I put the VM name, just demo VM. And here you can see we have a very advanced level of options regarding the implementation of virtual machine. And this option is completely related with the fault tolerance, or you can say high availability options regarding the virtual machine. So let's move and see what kind of benefits available inside these options. So right now we are going to explore availability options inside the virtual machine. So I just click on the drop down list, and here you can see if I select no infrastructure redundancy, here if I select no infrastructure redundancy required, so it means that whenever a server on which this virtual machine hosted goes down, so my virtual machine will be automatically shut down or will not be available anymore. So the no infrastructure redundancy option means that right now you have a single point of failure inside the Azure data center on which your virtual machine hosted. So if that specific host goes down due to any kind of failure, might be power failure, might be the motherboard, might be the storage, or any other resource failure, so your virtual machine have no redundancy options. Your virtual machine is completely dependent on that specific host inside the Azure data center. So generally we did not use this option whenever we are working inside the production infrastructure. If you are going with the testing machine or if you are going with the demo VM, so you can select this option because this option is less expensive. But when you are working with the production infrastructure, or if you have machines which are really critical for your IT operations, so you will completely avoid this option. Okay, so let's select or see other options. So the other options inside the availability options are available, and this other option is known as availability set. So what is availability set? If I select this option, what kind of benefits will be available regarding the fault tolerance? Here you can see right now we have Microsoft Azure Dublin region, and inside the Dublin region we have DB1 data center. So whenever I create the virtual machine, my virtual machine will be hosted inside this data center on any specific physical host or any specific physical machine. And after the creation of this virtual machine will be up and running. But after a few months or after a few weeks, unfortunately an incident happened and this physical server goes down due to any reason. It might be power failure, it might be hardware failure, or in any other kind of incident. So if I select the availability set option, so after selecting this option, my virtual machine will be automatically shifted on next available physical host and will be up and running without any downtime and without any notification. So that means availability set provide redundancy regarding the hardware options or regarding the physical server. So whenever you are working with any kind of production infrastructure, so you must have to be select at least availability set option. So in any case, if a specific physical server goes down, so the next physical server will be available and your virtual machine will be up and running without any kind of downtime. So this benefit is available with the availability set option. And let's move and explore what other options available regarding the redundancy. Next option inside the Azure regarding redundancy, we have here, you can see from the drop down list we have availability zone option and other tremendous option regarding redundancy when we talk about the physical infrastructure. So let's select the availability zone option, and here you can see in Dublin region of Microsoft Azure, now we have 3 data centers, DB1, DB2 and DB3. And we are supposing that our virtual machine hosted inside the DB1 region. It's a complete data center, and inside this data center we have number of racks, and inside the racks we have a number of physical servers available on which our virtual machine hosted. Suppose that, for example, due to any specific reason this DB1 whole data center goes down. It might be some kind of earthquake, it might be some kind of natural disaster, or it might be some kind of power failure. So if DB1 goes down, so my availability set options will be useless in this case, because my availability set option is completely dependent on a single data center. It provides some kind of redundancy, but still this availability set option dependent on a single data center. If DB1 goes down, then your virtual machine will be goes down. So in this case, if we are going to implement our virtual machine with more redundant options, so availability zone is available. So when I select the availability zone, so for a specific region, Microsoft Azure provide multiple data centers. So when I select the availability zone option, so in this case, if DB1 goes down, my virtual machine or my whole virtual infrastructure will be automatically shifted on DB2 data center and will be up and running without any downtime, without any notification, without any errors. So it's a kind of tremendous option when we talk about the redundancy. So let's suppose if DB2 goes down, so DB3 is also available for the purpose of cloud infrastructure operations. So when we select availability zone option, so availability zone provide multiple data centers. So you must have to be understand the difference between availability set and availability zone. Availability set options provide multiple physical servers inside a single data center, while when we talk about the availability zone provide multiple data center inside the region. So here you can see when we select the availability zone, here we have another option, availability zone. So we need to define number of zones which we are going to implement for this virtual machine. So we can select a single region, or we can go with the 2 regions or 3 region options. So whenever you are going to implement your virtual infrastructure for production or any kind of enterprise level cloud project, so it's your core responsibility to implement them with all redundant options inside Microsoft Azure. So in this section we explore what kind of redundancy options available regarding the physical infrastructure failure. So let's move forward and see what kind of other options available when we are going to create the virtual machine. When we are going to create the virtual machine, so in the next phase we are going to select the operating system for our newly created virtual machine. So here you can see in the section of image, by default Windows 10 Pro is selected with the Gen 1 option, and if you want to change the operating system according to your own requirements, according to your organizational requirements, or according to your you can say customer or client requirements, so you can select other operating system as well from the drop down list. So here you can see we have other options also available. So we can change the operating system, we can go with the Windows Server 2019 Data Center Gen 1 option. We can also select other operating systems on Ubuntu platform, on the Red Hat or SUSE Linux, Oracle, Debian, and other Microsoft operating system like Server 2016, or you can also select an older operating system, Windows Server 2012 R2 data center. So lots of options available. You can select operating system as per your own requirements, and if you want to explore more options inside Microsoft Azure, so other options are also available. Here you can see all images. Just click on it and explore other operating systems. Here we have more categorized options available right now: Windows Server, Red Hat and Debian. And if we move forward, here we have an other important category which is known as application infrastructure. So you can install your operating system with number of integrated applications. Like here you can see LAMP is already integrated with this operating system, and same goes with CentOS 7.5 and CentOS 7.6. and if we explore more inside the Microsoft Azure, so here you can see Windows Server operating system, and from here when we click on the select option, so here you can see Windows Server newly launched operating system, also available with Gen 1 and Gen 2 options. So in the month of August 2021, Microsoft launched its newly server operating system. So this server operating system is also available here, and you can select a core edition, or you can select the data center edition with GUI experienced as well. And if we explore the 2019 options, so 2019 options are available with containerization. So we will definitely learn lots of things with containerization when we move forward with this journey, but right now we are just going to explore the operating system options. So 2019 and here you can see 2016 and 2012 number of options available inside the operating system images when we are going to plan with the virtual machine creation. So you can select as per your own requirements. And if we explore other options, so here you can see we have number of categories for AI and machine learning, analytics, blockchain, compute, containers, databases. Right now we selected the compute option, but you can select any other option and install your own required operating system as per your own requirement. And here we have an other important area which is known as my images. So we will definitely explore this option as well. And right now we just need to understand that my images option is used for customized images which user can upload on its portal. So when you want to create your own customized images according to your own requirement, it might be you are going to create your customized web servers, or you are going to create your customized GP application, AX application, and upload images over here to create the virtual machine. So we will definitely explore how we can create these images and how we can upload over here. But right now just you need to understand why this option is available here. And another important thing is that you can also utilize the filter option. Here you can see pricing selected with all options: operating system, publisher type, VM generation, security type, publisher name. So you can select, you can filter according to your own requirement just from here filtering option. So if you want to see just Gen 1 VMs, so you can select from here. Here you can see if I select the Gen 1 options, so only Gen 1 VMs will be available here. Here you can see the options. Right now options are completely changed. So if I want to select the Gen 2 option, so this option is also available over here. And if I select the all option, and from operating system category I just select server, Windows Server 2019, so I just click on this option and go with the selection of server 2019. And here you can see If you want to select any other operating system, so you can also select it as well. So right now we just go with the server 2019. So here after a few searching options, here you can see now all available options with server 2019 operating system. So it's up to you and your organizational requirement what kind of operating system you are going to install on your virtual machine. So let's move forward and see what kind of other options are waiting for us to explore inside the Microsoft Azure. Now we are moving with another interesting phase of virtual machine implementation, and it's about virtual machine sizes. So when you are going to implement the virtual machine, so you need to select the size of the virtual machine. So by default we have standard D2 with 2 CPUs and 8 GB of memory available, and $70 per month cost forecasted for this virtual machine. And it's up to your organizational requirement, it's up to your customer, or you can say client requirement, or your application requirement. And according to your requirement, it's your core responsibility being as a cloud professional to select the right machine size for your implementation. So if we see more options inside drop down, so we have 2 virtual CPUs and 7 GB of memory, and we have options of 4 CPUs and 16 GB of memory. And one thing more you can explore over here, when we increase the size of the virtual machine, so the cost will be definitely increases as well. So if we want to explore more options for virtual machine sizes, so click on see all sizes. Here we go. So there are a number of categories available. Here we go. We have D series, B series, A series, E series, F series, and number of series are available. And in a same manner, we have a number of options regarding the VM sizes, family, CPU, RAM, data disk, and IOPS. So these are the major components on behalf of which we are going to select the virtual machine. So if you want to more speed regarding the data read and write, so we are more focused on maximum IOPS. Or if we are going to implement application which need more memory, so we will be focused on the memory size, memory side. And if you want to go for the implementation of an application which is more processor oriented, so we will select a machine where we have a large number of processors available for Microsoft Azure family. So generally when we talk about the VM sizes of family, so A, B and D category used for general purpose except DV2. So A, B and D series are generally used for general purpose VM. So we can also verify from here. Here is the D series, and here you can see we have general purpose virtual machines available in different sizes. So here we have 8 virtual CPUs and 32 GB of memory with more disks and higher IOPS. And in the same manner we have 16 GB of memory, 16 virtual processors and 64 GB of memory, and IOPS sizes as well increases. So when we talk about category A, B and D, these are fall in general purpose. And if we see more options, so let's explore other options. So here we go with the E series, and E series is completely related with memory optimized options. So as I discussed previously, that if you are going to implement application which is more memory oriented, or if you think that the implemented application will require more memory, so you need to explore E series options, because this series is completely dedicated for memory optimized options. So here we have lots of options. You can see we have 16 GB of memory, 32 GB and 64, and there are number of options available, 128 GB. Here you can see. So E category is totally dedicated for memory optimization regarding the virtual machine. And if you want to explore the F series, here we go. So let's explore the F series. Compute optimized. So if you are going to implement any kind of application which is more processor oriented and memory oriented, so you need to explore F series options, because this series built with the combination of memory and processor as well. So as I said, it's up to your organizational requirement, it's up to your client or customer requirement and application requirement. So there are lots of options available. Explore them and select your required virtual machine. One more important thing is that there is add filter option is also available. So if you want to explore with the filter options, so here we go, and you see we have lots of filter options regarding the size, regarding the generation, family, premium disk, and lots of other options. So if I select on the basis of size, and here we go. So there are 3 more categories available: small, medium and large. So if you are going to implement any kind of enterprise level of application, so you can select the large option, and if you want to implement any kind of a small and medium size application, so you can go with the medium option. And if you require some small sizes of VM, so a 0 to 6 option is available over here. And in the same manner, if we are going to explore let's say family option, so here we have Microsoft Azure family. So if you want to explore only about the compute optimized, so here is the option: higher performance compute, memory optimized, storage optimized. So there are lots of options, and Microsoft categorize them just to facilitate their customers or their users. So let's select the GPU option and click OK, and here we go. And N series is completely dedicated for higher end GPU based virtual machines. So if you want to implement a virtual machine with the GPU options, so you need to select the N series and explore number of options inside this series. And if you want to explore more options, so the filter option is also available. So we go through with the number of options regarding the virtual machine size selection, and we get detailed information about each category. So let's move forward and see what kind of other options available regarding the virtual machine implementation. So here we go. We explore lots of options when we talk about the virtual machine implementation. we explore high availability options, we explore virtual machine sizes, and we also discuss what kind of operating system options available when we talk about the virtual machine implementation. So let's move a step forward and see what kind of storage options available when we talked about virtual machine implementation. So here you can see we have the disk options, and when we explore disk options inside Microsoft Azure, so here we have OS disk type, and from the drop down menu we have multiple options available. Here we go. So we have premium SSD, and we also have a standard SSD, and the last one is standard HDD. So it's up to you and your organizational requirement, or more specifically I can say it's up to your application requirement or your client requirement, what kind of storage you are going to select for your virtual machine. So generally in the description you can see Microsoft already recommended where you can select the premium SSD, where you are going to select the standard SSD, or in what kind of infrastructure you are going to implement standard HDD. So when we talk about the premium SSD, so Microsoft recommend that it's this type of storage is best for production infrastructure or any kind of application which require or which need more higher IOPS, more speed or more higher performance regarding the read and write options. So that's why Microsoft recommend that you can utilize premium SSD for production infrastructure, for DevOps related operations, for AI applications, or any kind of enterprise level application. It might be related with your e-commerce business, or it might be related with your ERP solutions. It might be for your any AI based application. So whenever you are going to implement the production infrastructure, so it's recommended that you must have to implement, or you must have to be select the premium SSD. Okay, the second one is standard SSD. So generally if you are going to implement your virtual machine and you are planning to deploy any kind of application which is not more higher performance regarding the storage, so for that purpose you can select the standard SSD. Standard SSD generally provide a higher performance regarding the IOPS or regarding the read and write options, but when we compare it with the premium SSD, so it make a big difference. So standard SSD provide less performance than the premium SSD. So generally when we are going to implement any kind of web server or we are going to implement any kind of Active Directory infrastructure, DNS, DHCP, or that kind of applications which generally not acquire more performance regarding the read and write options. And the last one is standard HDD. Generally standard HDD is not recommended for any kind of production infrastructure. So standard HDD is recommended for testing infrastructure or for that kind of applications like which don't need any kind of higher performance regarding the storage. So let's suppose you are going to implement your virtual machine for the purpose of backup solutions. So definitely in that scenario you don't need any kind of higher performance regarding the storage. So you can select the standard HDD, or you can select for any non-critical or machine for your infrastructure. So generally standard HDD is not recommended for any kind of production infrastructure. You can implement it for your testing purpose or for backup applications or any other applications, which even don't concern about the IOPS or read and write options. So three options available when we are going to create the virtual machine. We have lots of other options when we talk about the storage, but we will explore all those options when we talk about our storage services as we move forward. So let's move forward and see what kind of other options we need to understand when we are going to implement any kind of virtual machine. So let's move now. So now we have a very clear picture about the virtual machine disk storage. Generally, we have three options when we are going to create our virtual machine and when we are going to select the virtual storage. So standard HDD, here you can see with the maximum 2000 IOPS, while when we talked about standard SSD, so the maximum IOPS with the standard SSD is 6000, while when we talked about the premium SSD and if you are going to get more higher performance for your production infrastructure, so here you can see we have 20,000 IOPS when we talked about the premium SSD. And in the same manner, when we talked about the bandwidth, so standard HDD have 500 Mbps, while when we talked about premium SSD, so the premium SSD is with 750 Mbps. So most of the time for the production infrastructure, it's recommended that you utilize premium SSD option with your production infrastructure. Now we need to verify all these IOPS options inside Microsoft Azure portal. So let's move and see what kind of minimum and maximum IOPS option available inside Microsoft Azure portal. So when I want to verify, so just click in the search menu disks and see what kind of options available. So here you can see we click on the create button and just fill up the basic information, and we select the name, you can say demo disk, and see what kind of options available when we want to explore change size option inside Microsoft Azure. So here we go. If I select HDD option from the drop down menu, so here you can see we have minimum 500 IOPS, while as I move forward, so we can also verify that we have almost 2000 maximum IOPS option available. And in the same manner, if I want to verify other options from the drop down, so I need to select standard SSD. And here we go, minimum size is 4 GB, while minimum IOPS available with this option is 500. And while we move forward and want to get more IOPS, and here you can see we have 6000 IOPS option available when we are going to implement standard SSD. So it's a really suitable option for any kind of a small and medium-sized business. And let's move forward and see the premium SSD option. So here we go with the premium SSD. The minimum size will be remain same, which is 4 GB, and provision IOPS will be started from 120, while if we you can say move forward, so by increasing size of the disk, the IOPS will be automatically increased, and the maximum size is 20,000. So it's recommended for your production infrastructure and recommended for any kind of higher end or enterprise level application. So let's move forward and see what kind of other options available when we are going to implement virtual machine inside Microsoft.
Data is currency. Every transaction relies on data. Your enterprise relies on data. Your data is growing fast. Can your storage system keep up? Do you have the performance you need? Disk storage systems are all the same, right? Trivial differences. Actually, it's not so trivial, but it can be confusing. You need scalability, durability, availability, security, and performance for the applications you use. Azure offers the fastest cloud disk storage on the planet for your Azure virtual machines, and we continually improve performance. Sub-millisecond latency means higher customer satisfaction, retention, and business growth. So we scale with 54 Azure regions, more than any cloud provider. We offer everything: disk storage for every workload, persistent storage solutions for general purpose, memory optimized, compute intensive, or GPU enabled Azure virtual machines, and more. Use standard HDD managed disks for non-critical workloads and infrequent data access. When you need cost-effective and consistent latency for entry-level production workloads, select standard SSDs. Rely on premium SSDs for enterprise production workloads that require high performance. For your most demanding I/O-intensive applications that rely on sub-millisecond latency, select UltraDisks. And your data is always encrypted. We've got you covered. Both Windows and Linux solutions, because Azure Storage is cross-platform, like your enterprise. Join thousands of enterprises that rely on Azure today. Why Azure Disk Storage? Because the lifeblood of your enterprise depends on it, and that is not so trivial. You can get to Azure with solutions through Microsoft or trusted partners, and the Azure Marketplace has partner solutions for just about everything. Azure Disk Storage for every workload.
When we talked about any kind of corporate infrastructure or any kind of enterprise level data center, so there are a number of options which we need to implement inside the data center. So in the same manner, when we go with any kind of cloud deployments, so we need those components same as it is, as we are using those components in our traditional data center. So right now we are going with another advanced option regarding the virtual machine implementation, and here we go. Here you can see we have networking option inside the virtual machine wizard. So when we work in any kind of traditional data center, so you know that whenever we want to connect our physical servers or any kind of laptop with our LAN infrastructure or with our WAN infrastructure, so we need physical switches. So physical switches are those devices which are providing connectivity to our laptops, desktops, and any kind of infrastructure which is currently running inside the data center. So when we talked about cloud infrastructure, it may be on Amazon platform, maybe on Google Cloud or Azure as well. So when virtual machine is created and we want that this virtual machine connect with the cloud infrastructure, so for that purpose we need virtual switches or virtual network. And here you can see we have virtual network inside Microsoft Azure. So this network is basically work like the physical switches. This virtual network will provide the connectivity for this virtual machine which we are going to implement for our Azure infrastructure. So by default I have selected my created virtual network, and I have the option so I can create the new one from here, but we will explore all networking options when we are going to cover the networking domain during this journey. So
And the second one is the subnet. So definitely in the same manner, when we are going to implement our traditional data center, we need a number of subnets. So for this virtual machine, I have selected the subnet which is 192.168.3.0, and in the same manner here you can see we have public IP option available. So it's an option for you from the drop down list. If you don't want to use the public IP address, so just select the none option, and if you want to use the default option, so here we will move with the default option, and if I want to create the new one, this option is also available over here. And when I move forward, so another tremendous option is available, and this option is about security, and here you can see NIC, network security group. NSG is generally used to protect this virtual machine from any kind of inbound traffic or any kind of outbound traffic. So we are using the basic option, and if you want to explore further, and here you can see selected inbound ports, by default 3389 is available for the purpose of remote desktop connectivity. So definitely when this virtual machine is created, we need a port by which we connect with this virtual machine, and by default all Microsoft operating system using 3389, so that's why this port is available over here. And after the deployment of this virtual machine, you can change this default port for the purpose of high security. So these are the basic options which we need to select and create this virtual machine. So till now we covered three major areas. Number one is the basics, number two is disks or storage option, and the third one is networking. So let's see what kind of other options available, after which we will capable to create new virtual machine on the platform of Azure. So let's move and see what kind of other options available.
Here the real story begins, because right now we have detailed information about all components when we are going to implement virtual machine inside Microsoft Azure. So right now we have all kinds of detailed concepts and theoretical knowledge about the implementation, because at stage 1 we get detailed information about how we are going to select the virtual machine images, and how we can select virtual machine sizes, and we definitely learn what kind of redundancy and fault tolerance options available when we are going to implement the virtual machine. And at level 2 we get detailed information about storage area, and we explore what kind of options available for staging infrastructure, and what kind of recommendations we have for the production infrastructure. And when we done with the storage side of the virtual machine, then at level 3 we get some basic, or you can say fundamental information about the IP addresses and networking portion, because when we have a virtual machine, so definitely we will connect this virtual machine with our infrastructure. And in the traditional data center we have physical switches, and right now on Microsoft Azure we have virtual switches. So we get some basic information about the public IP addresses, about the security options and private IP addresses as well. And by time we will definitely explore lots of options regarding the networking as well. So let's move and see how we are going to implement the virtual machine, our first virtual machine inside Microsoft Azure. Previously we did this by a simple visit, and we just click next, and we created the virtual machine by Azure portal.
but right now we are going to use Azure CLI and see what kind of commands available to implement the virtual machine. So let's move now. Let's move with the deployment of virtual machine. Previously we explored wizard option, in which we just click next, 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 and virtual machine created. Till now we get detailed basic information about the virtual machine components. We get information about the storage. We also explore networking option, and we also discuss fault tolerance and high availability. Right now we are going with the implementation of virtual machine by using Azure CLI, and we will implement Linux VM and see what kind of commands available when we are going to use the Azure CLI. So we have very few basic commands on behalf of which we can create virtual machine on the platform of Azure. So let's move now. Here you can see we have a Cloud Shell, so just click on it, and after a few seconds we will get the screen for Microsoft Azure Shell, and here you can see request a Cloud Shell succeeded, connecting with the terminal, and here we go. Now we are connected with our Azure platform. So if we are going to create the virtual machine, so we can follow simple commands. With the help of those commands we can easily deploy any kind of virtual machine, same as it is which we did previously with the wizard option. So right now we are going with the simple commands, and in coming episodes we will definitely explore how we can use all these commands and will dirty our hands with the CLI commands and PowerShell as well. So let's move. If I want to create the virtual machine, so AZ command, AZ for Azure, and if I want to create the VM, so just click VM. And if I want to get a bit help about these commands, so I just click double hyphen and help, and here you can see we have number of commands on the platform of Azure CLI. Here you can see. So we will explore all these commands in the coming episode, but right now we are going to implement the virtual machine by using CLI command. So let's move. I clear all the stuff and I just use the AZ VM and I click with the create option. So let's see. If I want to select the resource group, same as it is which we did previously, so I use Azure resource group command, and here my resource group is eBase, and what will be my machine name? So formula is very simple, double hyphen name, and I will use, let's say, Linux web server. Okay, and what other options available, what image will be used for this VM deployment? So I just select the image option and I use Ubuntu Lite Edition, right? And then I select the admin username, and here is the command for admin username, and I just use Azure user, and in the same syntax I will go and create SSH keys for securing my remote session when I want to connect this VM via SSH or by using the PuTTY. So I just use generate -SSH -key. So these are few simple command syntax on behalf of which I will go and create my virtual machine, and as I click enter, and here we go with the simple options. And here you can see the process begin behind the scene, and after few seconds this machine will be created on the platform of Azure. And here you can see we get an option. It is recommended to use the parameter public IP. So we will definitely explore all these public and private IPs options, storage options in coming episodes, but right now we are just going to explore how we can create a simple Linux virtual machine on the platform of Azure. So wait for the process, and as we done with the process, this virtual machine will be added to my Azure portal. Now on the screen you can verify that my virtual machine is created with the same options which I put in my command, and let's move and verify this VM inside Azure portal. So when I click on compute option, and when I click on the virtual machines, so here we go, Linux web server. Here the virtual machine created, and you can also verify this virtual machine from Azure portal. Here you can see the size of the virtual machine and what public IP assigned to it, or what is private IP address for this virtual machine, what is the name, and the resource group which we use for creating this virtual machine. So let's move forward and connect this virtual machine via Azure portal. And if I click over here, so if I want to connect with this virtual machine, so command is very simple, and here we go with the SSH command, and we have a very simple command. Here we have SSH. Oops. We have, let me clear this stuff. We have SSH command, and I just need to put the user name which I created previously for this virtual machine, Azure user, and @ and I need the IP address of this virtual machine. So let me copy from Azure portal, and here I have the public IP address, and so when I move to this and I just paste over here, and here we go. When I click, and are you sure you want to continue with the connection, and I just said yes. And here we go. We are now we are connected with our newly created virtual machine. So when we are going to create this virtual machine via Azure portal, procedure is really simple with the few clicks. And when we talked about Azure CLI, it's an other tremendous tool on the platform of Azure and fall in the category of Azure management tools. And in the industry, definitely we are going to use Azure CLI for number of tasks and automation as well. So now our virtual machine created with the help of a single command, and we also connected to this virtual machine, and we can also use the PuTTY client and connect with the help of PuTTY with our virtual machine as well. So let's move and see what other changes we can made on the platform of Azure portal with this newly created virtual machine. So let's explore other options in coming episodes. Now let's move a step forward, and here you can see we are connected with our newly created Linux web server. And if I want to verify the internal IP configuration, so I have a very simple command, and here we go with the command, and here you can see we have a private IP address for this VM, which is 192.168.3.9, and other relevant information is also exist over here. And if I want to update this virtual machine, so command is very simple on the platform of Linux, and here we go with the simple commands. I just paste it over here, sudo apt -get space -y and updates, and here the procedure initiated, and I have done with the updates. And let's plan something tremendous with this Linux web server. And right now we are going to install a web server on this Linux virtual machine. So we need a simple command. With the help of that command, we will go and install our web server on this virtual machine. So let's move now, and here I have sudo command with apt get command. So I just want to add install option over here, and then type Nginx. So right now we are going to implement Nginx on this virtual machine. So I just hit enter, and here we go and installed Nginx on this virtual machine. And now Nginx is operational over here with its default components. And if I want to verify this web server, so the procedure is really simple. But before going to verify this web server, we need to allow HTTP traffic for this virtual machine, because by default all kinds of traffic restricted on the platform of Azure portal, just for the for better security, and recommended that you can allow those traffic or those kinds of protocols which you require for your own infrastructure. So we need to allow HTTP traffic for this virtual machine. So let's move and exit from here, and here clear all this stuff. And here we have on the platform of Azure portal, and now we are going to open HTTP port for this virtual machine. So command is really simple. We just need to put the command, and the traffic will be allowed for this virtual machine. And here we go. Here you can see we have a very simple command, az vm open port. Which port we want to open for this virtual machine? The port 80, which generally we use for HTTP traffic. And what is the resource group? Definitely we will go and select the resource group in which our virtual machine is currently running, and then we will type the Linux web server, which is the name of our virtual machine, and I just click enter. And now policy is going to implement it for this virtual machine. And after the implementation of this policy, we will go and verify our Nginx on its public IP address. So we will wait for a while and see when this procedure is completed. Then we will go and type the IP address. Here you can see now the policy is implemented, and now we are able to verify our web server over here. And I just need the public IP address. Here we have the public IP address, and over here I need to type HTTP and then IP address, and here we go. here you can see now our engine X is working properly on our newly created virtual machine. So with simple commands, with few simple commands, you can say we can easily create the virtual machine, and then we can install web server on it, and then we verify our web server is properly working on Azure virtual machine. So let's move and see what other tremendous skills available, or what other tremendous skills waiting for you in coming episodes. So let's move forward. Now our web server is up and running, and we can also verify number of options inside Azure portal. So here you can see our virtual machine is already started with the with this mentioned public IP address, and if we want to verify other options regarding the security, so let's move with the networking option. So here you can see we created a rule inside the security groups for HTTP, and here you can see, or you can verify the rule which we previously created. The priority is set 900 and open port 80 and port is 80. So just because of this rule, now we are able to access our web server which we created on the Azure virtual machine. So the command document is already attached with this session. You can also download that document as well. So let's move and see what other tremendous options available on the platform of Azure CLI. So let's move now. Welcome to all learners with another exciting episode of cloud computing technology on the platform of Microsoft Azure. And when we talked about Microsoft Azure management tools, so by using Azure management tools, administrators, developers, managers, or you can say IT professionals or cloud professionals can interact with the cloud environment to perform number of tasks from management perspective, from administration side regarding troubleshooting, monitoring, deployments, snapshots, and any kind of other activity. Microsoft provides a collection of management tooling options to choose from depending on the situation. So it's up to you what kind of tools you and your organization prefer for any kind of tasks. So generally we are using the Azure portal, but Azure CLI is really tremendous tool, because with the help of a few commands you can perform a number of tasks. And if you have a kind of activity in which you are going to create or manage bulk objects, so Azure CLI is tremendous. So you need to explore number of options inside Azure portal, Azure CLI. So let's move and see what kind of options available inside the Azure CLI. So here we go with the help of Azure help command. So when I type az VM and I just double hyphen, and with the help of this command we will explore lots of options. Here you can see we have number of commands when we want to implement Azure VM. So we can utilize image option, here you can see, and we have disk options, availability sets, and lots of other options available, including network settings and virtual NICs, and we have user options also available over here. So with the help of these commands you can implement lots of stuff on the platform of Azure portal. So here you can see we have commands right now on the platform of Azure CLI. So you can you can install patches, you can install or you can list IP addresses and a number of other options, like you can start the virtual machine, stop the virtual machine, update, redeploy. You can auto shutdown options over here. So there are lots of options available inside Azure CLI. So let's see, if I want to shut down my newly created virtual machine or any other virtual machine, so the commands will be really simple. Here we go with the commands, and before going with the shutdown options, you can explore the show option, where you can explore VM inside components. So let's move with the let me clear the whole stuff. Here we go, AZ and VM option. Then I said show me double hyphen name of the virtual machine. So my virtual machine name was like Linux web server, right? And then I need to mention the resource group, because on the behalf of a resource group my VM will be identified. Okay, so resource group, and I type the resource group name, and here we go. Here you can see now this simple command provide me detailed information about my newly created virtual machine, and from here I can get the, here you can see admin username which we created previously, now my computer name over here, and same as it is the resource group information mentioned over here. And if I explore other options, so these options will also be available over here. Here you can see the image reference, what image version right now utilized by this newly created virtual machine and offered by Ubuntu server, and lots of other options available regarding this virtual machine. So we can also explore this VM inside the Azure portal, but if you want to explore any other VM by using Azure CLI, so the options are available. So let's explore other options. Let me shut down, or you can say stop this virtual machine. So the options will be really simple. Here we go. I just need to change the commands parameter Azure VM, and I just need to type stop. Which VM I want to stop right now? Here I mentioned the name with the resource group option as well. So I just click enter, and behind the scene my virtual machine will be shut down. And here you can see, if I want to verify this virtual machine, so this start button will be enabled soon as this procedure is completed. So right now the shutdown operation is running, or you can say is in process. So when this command, here you can see, now we can verify over here. Now the virtual machine is stopped, and if I want to check with my web server, let me copy the IP address again. Here we go with the copy command, and I just typed over here, and now the request will be timeout because my virtual machine is shuts down. Here you can see. So now if I want to start my virtual machine, so commands are really simple. Here we have, now I just need to replace this stop option with start one. So now my virtual machine will be started. So the number of operations we generally perform on Azure portal by next. Here we have the simple commands. Just type the command, enter those commands, and the function will be working properly. Here you can see, if I refresh it, here we go. Here you can see that now the same options available. So let's explore other options regarding the Azure CLI and move forward. Welcome to all learners and cloud professionals on our productive and skill oriented platform. So when we talked about Azure management tools, so we must have to understand that every tool has its own importance and every tool has its own significance regarding the implementation, management and administration tasks when we talked about Azure portal. So when we discuss about the management tools, so Azure portal is definitely a really tremendous tool and visit based tool on behalf of which we can perform lots of tasks. But when we talked about the production infrastructure, when we talked about the enterprise level projects, and when we are trying to implement bulk objects, so in that regard or in that aspect, Azure CLI is really important. That's why we explore a number of options regarding the Azure CLI, and we find how we can create virtual machine, how we can install a number of tools inside the virtual machine. So if you want to get more skill oriented regarding the Azure CLI, so Microsoft provide lots of links regarding the implementation, management and administration about Microsoft Azure CLI. So when we talked about virtual machine creation, so there are lots of options available, and we explore on the platform of Microsoft Azure. So here you can see when we talked about Azure virtual machine deployment, so there are tons of options available. You need to practice them, and you don't need to remember them because these all options are available inside the help command, but still you must have to practice all these commands because when you join the industry or when you are trying to work on any kind of enterprise level of project, so these commands will be utilized during the implementation, management and other stuff. So here you can see the simple commands available, and we have the same options. If we want to previously when we are going to implement the virtual machine, we just utilize the resource group option, the image option and the admin user option with SSH key. But here you can see we have public IP address, we have a private IP address option, and we have disk options available over here. We can also select the virtual switches options over here, and all kinds of options which are generally available with Azure portal regarding the fault tolerance, regarding the high availability. So all those options are available with the commands as well. And if you want to get more detailed information, all options here you can see there are number of articles available regarding the virtual machine deployment, regarding the deallocation, if you want to delete the VMs, if you want to generalize the VM, and if you want to capture the existing VM and want to create a new images. So there are lots of stuff available. So it's really necessary for any cloud professional to get dirty their hands on the platform of Azure Cloud computing, because these skills must be required for any kind of enterprise level project when we are dealing with the Microsoft Azure. And in the same manner, these commands and these skills will be required to all candidates when they are going to attempt their industry exams, whether they are going for Az-900 or whether they are going for Az-103 or Az-104. So these commands are really important. So we must have to explore all these commands and get our hands dirty with Azure CLI. So I hope that you get the basic idea behind the Azure CLI and the importance of the Azure CLI as well. So let's move and see what other kinds of tremendous skills available in coming episodes.
Hello and welcome to all of you on our productive and skill oriented platform. So previously we covered lots of stuff on the platform of Azure. Right now we are moving ahead and see what is our next step in the journey of cloud computing. So right now we are moving with another important service and taking another step towards learning on the platform of Microsoft Azure. And here you can see we have networking services on the platform of Azure. So when we talk about the network, so the same procedures, same technologies, same methodologies implemented on the platform of Azure as we are following in our traditional infrastructure. But when we are talking about the Microsoft Azure infrastructure regarding the networking services, so for better understanding and for better implementation, we need to categorize the networking services as well. So at level 1, here you can see we have networking services regarding the connectivity. So at level 1 we are going to cover connectivity services on the platform of Microsoft Azure, where we can explore options regarding the virtual networks, how VNets are working, and what kind of other services available when we discuss the connectivity domain. And after that we will move forward and see the next category on the platform of Azure, and the next category is all about security. So when we talk about the networking, so definitely there are a number of options regarding the security, because networking is totally about connectivity, and whenever you are using cloud technologies, so it's really important for you to get more skills about the security, because when we talk about the cloud, so in a simple way it's internet, and there are number of bad guys available. There are hackers, spywares, malwares, and a number of other activities will happen on your cloud infrastructure. So you need to learn skills about the security. So we will definitely explore what kind of security options available on the platform of Microsoft Azure. When we done with the security concepts, so then we will move with another important aspect which is related to the internet performance, about the connectivity performance, and for that purpose we have another category which is known as delivery. So we will learn a number of technologies in the delivery domain, where we can explore how we can improve our cloud networking performance for our customers. And at level 4, here is another important service on the platform of Microsoft Azure, which is monitoring. And that monitoring activities almost by 24/7, because
you need to monitor your all activities on the platform of cloud, and by monitoring these activities you can easily analyze what kind of security improvements you require to protect your infrastructure, and what kind of techniques and technologies and methodologies you can implement to improve performance regarding the connectivity. And in the same manner, monitoring will be really helpful for you when we talk about the delivery. So let's move and see what kind of options available regarding the connectivity, security, content delivery, and monitoring on the platform of Azure. But before going towards Microsoft Azure, let's visit the traditional infrastructure regarding the connectivity. So we will get better idea how this networking technology work over cloud. So let's visit the traditional infrastructure.
Here we go with the Azure network infrastructure. So let's move forward and see what is inside when we talk about the networking services on the platform of Azure. So here we go. Here you can see we have almost 130k miles of fiber plus subsea cable when we talk about Microsoft global network infrastructure. It means that in all data centers in a number of zones and in a number of regions are interconnected with each other, and fault tolerance, scalability, redundancy is already implemented when we are using Microsoft Azure services. And here we have 54 Azure regions, and here you can see we have 160 plus edge sites where these data centers are connected with each other. While when we talk about the network infrastructure, so almost 500 plus network partners available which provide their services for the purpose of connectivity. Connections detail we will definitely discuss in our coming episode. So you will be really enjoy when you are going with the Microsoft Azure services. And when we move forward, you can see we have satellite connectivity is also available on the platform of Microsoft Azure. So you can connect via fiber optic cable inside the sea, and if we talk about the satellite connectivity, so this connectivity is also available. And here we have 4 major domains or 4 major categories when we are going to discuss about the networking services. So the first one is connectivity services, in which we will discuss about the connectivity procedures, about the connectivity infrastructure, what is virtual networks, how these virtual networks are working, how we can connect via IPv4 and IPv6 services, and what other features and options available. When we move forward with the second option, so the second option is about the security services, and we will definitely discuss a number of security concepts during the implementation. And at level 3 we have delivery services, which is totally about the internet performance and content delivery. So in coming episodes we will definitely explore all these domains in detail. And last and the most important is monitoring services, because your network audit, optimization, and your all other activities which are happening on the platform of Azure networking services is totally dependent on the monitoring services, because
if you are going to analyze any kind of activity, for that purpose you need to enable monitoring services for your own infrastructure. By using the monitoring services, you can improve your network policies, you can improve your security strategies and a number of other things for your own infrastructure. And when we move forward, here you can see, as I discuss, when we talk about the connectivity services, it means that it's all about connectivity. When we talk about the connectivity services, it means that in this domain we are going to discuss all parameters, all services which are providing connectivity inside your own Azure infrastructure, or if you are getting any kind of connectivity over the internet, or if you are going to design a kind of connectivity between your on-prem infrastructure and Azure as well. So here we have Azure Virtual Networks, Azure Pairing, Azure Virtual WAN, Express Route, VPN, IPv4 and IPv6. So we will start from Azure Virtual Networks and then move forward and learn lots of skills and theoretical concepts on the platform of Azure. And at level 2 we have security services. So for security services, on the top we have network security groups. These kinds of groups are providing the basic kind of security. You can block specific ports, you can allow any specific ports, or you can block on behalf of source and destination, and that kind of simple policies available with network security groups. And if you move forward, we have a number of other security concepts or a number of other security tools on the platform of Azure, which include Azure Private Link, Azure Firewall Manager, which is really useful when we talk about advanced level of security, and Azure Bastion, which we already implemented in our previous sessions. And last and most important is Azure Web Application Firewall. So web application firewall is totally focused for web services, for your web servers and all kind of web traffic when we talk about the security. And when we done with the security services, then we have delivery services. As I discussed earlier, that it's all about the performance optimization, about the network connectivity. So here we have three major services. The first one is application gateway, the second one is Azure front door, while the third one is Azure CDN, content delivery network, which is totally focused on the performance side, on the data delivery when we talk about the Azure platform. And at last we have monitoring services. So you need to monitor your own infrastructure, you need to monitor all kinds of inbound traffic, all kinds of outbound traffic, what kind of activities are happening on your infrastructure when users utilize your own infrastructure. So for that purpose, when we talk about the monitoring services, we have two major categories. The first one is Internet Analyzer and the second one is Azure Monitor for Network. So these two tools provide lots of monitoring activities when we talk about the Microsoft Azure. So let's move forward, start with the virtual networks and see how we can implement the virtual networks and how they are working when we talk about the connectivity. So let's move now. So here you can see when we talk about Azure major services, so we have done with the compute area. Right now we are moving with the networking services, and when we talk about the networking services, I already told you that it's all about connectivity at level 1. So here you can see we have virtual networks. So when we talk about the traditional infrastructure, in traditional infrastructure, for the purpose of LAN connectivity or for the purpose of endpoint connectivity, we have physical switches. These switches are provide connectivity for whole infrastructure which exist in our office, in our university, or in any other kind of organization. So when we talk about the traditional infrastructure, we have physical switches for the purpose of connectivity, while when we talk about the cloud infrastructure, so we have virtual machines, and for the purpose of connectivity between all these virtual machines, we need virtual networks. So virtual networks are basically logical points where you can connect your all virtual machines on the platform of Microsoft Azure, same like your physical switches. Here we have virtual networks. So when we click on the virtual network, so here you can see I have lots of virtual switches on my network exist over here. So if I want to create any kind of virtual network, so here we have the create option. Just click on it. Procedure is really simple, so within few clicks you can easily create your virtual network. So when the wizard begin, we will definitely, here you can see we have very simple options. From here I can select my resource group, or you can create the new one which we already discussed in previous episodes, and here I have demo VN virtual network, and simply I select the zone. And if I want to add any kind of IP address information, so here you can see we have default address space is already implemented. So just click review plus create, and this virtual network will be created. Here you can see validation passed, and we can click on the create button, and here we begin with the implementation of our first virtual switch for our journey. And within a few moments this virtual network will be implemented, and here we go. Now our virtual network available on our Azure platform, and we can utilize this virtual network for the purpose of connectivity when we are going to utilize our virtual machine. So we have number of virtual machines on our platform. If I move with the networking services, here we have a virtual network. And here I have demo VN demo virtual network, and here you can see when I click on our newly created demo VN, so I have lots of options inside this virtual network where I can implement number of things according to my own requirement. Here you can see DDoS protection, firewall, security, network manager, DNS servers, and here we have peering services, service endpoints, private endpoints. So there are lots of other services inside this virtual network for the purpose of security, for the purpose of domain name services and all other stuff which is completely related with the virtual networks when we are using Azure platform. So the implementation of virtual network is really simple and easy when we are going to implement on our Azure platform. So let's move a step forward and see how we can connect our virtual machine with this virtual network. So let's move now. So here we move with a step forward and we are going to create a virtual machine and we will utilize our virtual network which we previously created. So here you can see I have just selected the basic options which is required for creating the virtual machine. So from here now I am going to select the networking option. And from networking option here you can see we have virtual network. So from the drop down list here we have demo VN which we created previously, and when we select the demo VN, so you can see that by default subnet is already assigned to it. And if we move forward and verify other options, so public IP will be under the name of demo VM IP. So let's move and create the virtual machine. Here we have review and create option, so just click on it. After few validations, now validation passed and now we are going to create this virtual machine. So within few moments this virtual machine will be deployed inside the Azure virtual infrastructure, and then we will verify that this virtual network will provide all kinds of connectivity to this virtual machine. So after the implementation of this VM, we will definitely verify the LAN connectivity and the WAN or internet connectivity as well. So almost the process is completed regarding the demo VM. Now here you can see the deployment process is completed, and if I move forward, so I have go to resource option. So let's click on it, and here you can see my virtual machine is running right now. And if we want to explore the virtual network options, so here you can see the demo VN provide connectivity to this virtual machine, and here you can see we have public IP address for this virtual machine and LAN IP as well. So this private IP address will be utilized to connect with the other VMs on the platform of Azure which exist in the same resource group, or you can also utilize this IP address for the purpose of connectivity on all with all other VMs which are running in other resource group, while the public IP address is definitely used for the purpose of internet connectivity. So let's make the remote desktop connection and verify the connectivity for LAN infrastructure and WAN infrastructure as well. Let's move and see how we can connect this virtual machine and verify both LAN connectivity and WAN connectivity as well. So for that purpose I just need to make a remote connection with this virtual machine. So I just need to copy this IP address, and from here we will go and type over here 52.149.208.181. So let's make the remote desktop connection, and here now I need to type the IP username which I have already implemented, and then I need to put the password, and here we go with the connectivity. Yes. and now we are connecting with this newly created virtual machine, and after the connectivity we will verify the virtual network connectivity options, because this virtual machine is connected with our newly created virtual network infrastructure. So after the login process, we will verify private IP address and public IP address as well. So just accept the things. Now from here I just need to type the CMD, and from here I need to type yes, I want to connect. Here you can see, do you want to allow your PC to be discoverable by other PCs and devices on this network? I just said yes. And now here I need to type ipconfig space /all, and now from here you can verify. Here you can see I have IPv4 preferred private IP address over here, and we can also verify IP address from here as well. So if I select the Ethernet option and from here change adapter options, and here I have my virtual interface, and from here I can verify my IP address as well. And if I want to browse over the internet, so let's check the internet connectivity. I hope that because I made the remote desktop connection from my PC, so it means that internet is working properly, but still we need to verify by browsing some websites. And here you can see okay. So from here if I type google.com, so now each and everything is working fine. So at initial level we just create the virtual network, and after that we create a virtual machine, and then we integrate or we connect our virtual network infrastructure with this newly created virtual machine. And right now this virtual machine is properly connected with all kinds of infrastructure. Now let's move further and explore what kind of other options available when we are going to implement the virtual network infrastructure. So let's move now. So previously we have done with a number of options regarding the network implementation, and we connect our virtual network with our virtual machine, we verify the LAN and WAN connectivity, and we also verify which Ethernet adapter is connected with my virtual machine. Right now we are exploring another important option, which is regarding the redundancy. Right now we have a demo VM, and if we explore the networking options, here you can easily verify that we have a single virtual network over here with a single adapter. So if this adapter went down, this virtual machine will be disconnected from our virtual network infrastructure. So and the second thing is that if we want to improve the performance and we want to integrate multiple Ethernet adapters over here, so this option is also available here. So here you can see we have attach network interface option. So click on it. Here you can see if you want to create and attach a network interface, so this option is available. And if you want to select from any existing virtual network interfaces, so these options are also available. So I just select the virtual network interface 2 and I click on it, and within a few seconds this virtual Ethernet adapter will be connected with this virtual machine. And here you can see right now this operation is successfully completed. Here you can see successfully attached network interface, and right now here we have two virtual network adapters connected with this virtual machine, and if you want to attach another one, so we can also perform this operation on this virtual machine according to our own requirement. And in future, if we want to detach any network interface from here, so this option is available over here. So you can connect multiple virtual network adapter with the virtual machine, and in future if you want to customize any kind of settings regarding the network, so you can also perform those operations on your virtual machine. So I hope you learn a lot regarding the networking options. So let's explore what kind of other options available on Azure platform. So let's move now. So when we talk about the connectivity options, so you better know that right now, you better know that we need few basic components, like if I share over here, so we need a few basic components over here. The first one is, here we have VMs, right? And at number 2 we need virtual networks, and at number 3 we need virtual Ethernet adapters. Virtual Ethernet adapters will require for the purpose of connectivity. And at number 4 you can say we need IP services. It might be version 4 or version 6, and we make sure that if you want to connect globally, so we need public IP addresses, right? Or if you want to connect only with virtual network VMs, so for that purpose we need private IP addresses, right? So these few components right now we require for the purpose of connectivity, and we have already verified that when all these components implemented, so after the implementation of all these components, here we have the virtual switch. So within the virtual switch, all virtual machines can easily connected with each other. We can make a remote desktop connection within the virtual LAN, or we can share the resources, we can share the folders and lots of other resources inside this virtual network. But if these virtual machines wants to connect with other virtual network VMs, so by default this procedure is isolated. So it means that when we implement the virtual network inside Microsoft Azure, so all virtual machines are isolated inside these virtual networks, and they are unable to connect with any other VM, those who are exist in a different virtual network. So if it's our customer requirements, or it's our organizational requirement that one virtual network VMs can connect with other virtual network VMs, so for that purpose we need to implement peering inside Microsoft Azure. So right now we are going to implement another advanced level of option regarding the connectivity, because right now we are covering the connectivity domain. So within the virtual network we verify all connectivity options, but right now we are moving with a step forward and see how we can connect to different virtual network VMs inside Microsoft Azure, and for that purpose we require Azure peering. So we will enable the peering option between two virtual networks, and after that we will verify connectivity between two different virtual network VMs. So let's move now. So here is the peering scenario, and right now here you can see we have two different subnets, one on the platform of 10 while another on the platform of class C192.168.0.0, and the first one is with the prefix length of 24, while the second one is with a prefix length of 16. And here you can see we have two different virtual networks. Here you can see the details. So we have two virtual networks right now. The first one is VNet, while the second one is EBIS VNet 1, and both with different prefix length and different classes. Right now, if we discuss the default scenario, so within this VLAN all VMs will be connected with each other. They can share the resources, they can make the remote desktop sessions and all kinds of activities regarding the network connectivity. And same goes with the second VLAN, which is VNet 1. Within VLAN 1 virtual network, all virtual machines can connect with each other, they can share the resources and perform all kinds of connectivity which generally require for any kind of connectivity. So by default, if we want that both these virtual networks can connect with each other, so by default this traffic is isolated, right? So if you want to enable that kind of connectivity in which one virtual network can connect with other virtual network PCs or resources, for that purpose you need to enable peering in this scenario. So let's move and see what kind of actions require for the implementation of peering. But before this, we need to clear all this stuff and verify these all settings on the platform of Microsoft Azure. On the platform of Microsoft Azure, here you can verify the scenario. So we have the first virtual network, EBIS VNet, and on the other hand we have the second virtual network with the name of EBIS VNet 1, and you can also verify its private IP address from here and the public IP address from here. And in the same manner, if you want to verify the subnet, so we have 10.10 subnet over here and the public IP is over here. So these two virtual VMs are not connected with each other just because they are exist in a different virtual network, and we can verify this connectivity on virtual machine as well. Here we have the first virtual machine, Windows Docker 10 VM. So if I can ping from here, so let's 192.168.0.4. so we will get the response, and here we go, it's request time out. So just because they are exist in a different virtual network, so the traffic is isolated inside the single virtual network. So we just need to sort this out and implement peering option, and after the peering you will see these both virtual machines will be connected with each other. So let's move and implement Azure peering for these two virtual networks. So it's time to implement the peering option on the platform of Microsoft Azure, and we have very simple options regarding the implementation. So if you want to implement the peering, just select the virtual network, and here I have the first one, EBIS VNet. So I just click on it, and inside the setting options I need to find the peering option. Here I have pairings, and by default here you can see we don't have any peering implemented. And if you want to initiate the implementation of peering, so the option is really simple. Just click on the add button, and here you can find the simple option. So I just need to type the peering link name. So I just type peering eBase VNet. Okay, and then I allow inbound and outbound traffic for this virtual network, and as I move forward here I need to implement the pairing name, and for this pairing option I just type eBase VNet to eBase VNet 1. So I just implement a proper naming convention, so it will be really easier for me to identify whenever I implement multiple pairing inside my Azure platform. So it's recommended for you as well that whenever you are going to implement your resource group or your pairing options, your virtual network, so the names must be identical, because it will be really helpful whenever you are doing any kind of documentation, any kind of troubleshooting, or any kind of new implementation. So I just type the pairing name for my remote virtual network, which is eBase VNet 1, and here I need to select the virtual network for which I want to enable pairing, and when I click on the drop down list, so here I have eBase VNet 1 for which I want to implement pairing option. Okay, so I just select it, and in the same manner I will allow inbound and outbound traffic for this virtual network as well. And after implementing the basic options over here, I just click add button, so this virtual network will be added with the pairing option. So here you can see we have pairing status updating, and within a few seconds this will be changed into connected status. So after when we get the connected status, so we will go and verify their connectivity inside the virtual machine. So we will wait for a moment. So we also verify this pairing option on other virtual network, which is here you can see eBase VNet 1. And if I select the pairing option over here, now this pairing is connected. So now I can verify their virtual machine connectivity. So let's move with the connectivity option. So I'm on Windows 10 Docker, which is exist inside eBase VNet virtual network. So I just type CMD, and from here I need to ping 192.168.0.4 with -t, and here you can see we get the connectivity now. So if I want to verify this connectivity on the other side, so I can also verify this connectivity. And if you want to verify that you can make remote desktop connection on its private IP, so from here I just type remote desktop connection wizard and type the IP address 192.168.0.4, and when I click on connect button, here you can see now this virtual machine is asking for username and password, which means that now these two virtual machines which exist in a different virtual network now connected with each other, and you can enable other kind of resource sharing on these two virtual machines as well. So I hope that you get the basic idea about how virtual networks isolated in default, and if you want to break this isolation, and if you want to implement connectivity between two or more than two different virtual networks, so for that purpose you need to implement the pairing option. So let's move forward and see what kind of other advanced options available in networking services on the platform of Microsoft Azure. So let's move now. So when we talk about the networking services on the platform of Azure, so here you can see at initial level, for the purpose of security, we have network security groups, and when I click on this option network security group, all NSG or all network security groups will be appeared on my screen. And if I want to explore individual network security groups which is attached with any virtual machine by default, so for that purpose I need to go and explore my demo machine, which is Windows 10 Docker. So here you can see I have a demo VM with the public IP address and private IP address. When I click on the networking option, so by default here you can see I have network security group with the name of Windows 10 Docker 1 NSG 376 and attached to Windows 10 Docker interface. And if you want to create any inbound rule or any outbound rule inside this default NSG, so you can implement lots of filtering rules regarding protocols, regarding the ports and regarding the services. So here I have two major options. The first one is inbound rule and the second one is outbound rule. So few rules created by default, as you can see over here. By default, rule 300 is created with the name of RDP and its port is 3389 and protocol is TCP. So you can access this RDP, you can access this virtual machine by remote desktop session from any source. So here as I mentioned previously, you can filter your traffic on the basis of source, on the basis of destination, protocol, port and services as well. So by default there are a few rules created, and if you need to create other rules on as per your organizational requirement or as per your client requirement, so you can create inside any NSG. So if I want to customize the rule, here I have RDP session. Now here you can see I select source port ranges and any destination. In the destination I select any, and as a service I select over here RDP. And if I move forward, here you can see I have protocols, any protocol, TCP, UDP, ICMP. So I have four major options when I'm trying to implement any inbound or outbound rule for any virtual machine inside Microsoft Azure. And here I have action. If I allow this rule, then you can make the session via remote desktop protocol, and if I deny it, then this virtual machine will drop all remote desktop sessions whenever any user try to access this VM by remote desktop session. And here you can see I have the priority. So priority means that when you have a less number in priority, so it will get high priority regarding the implementation, and when you higher the number, then it will be less prior whenever any virtual machine try to process or filter traffic for their NSG rule. So very simple options available inside network security group. So if I want to verify these firewall settings, or if I want to verify or edit any other rules, I can also perform all these actions inside Microsoft Azure. So let's customize this rule and verify that our remote desktop session is working or not, and then after we will go and create some other rules on basis of protocols and services as well. So let's move now. Well, whenever we are going to design infrastructure, it may be traditional data center or a cloud-based solution. So you must have to be focused on your customer or employer requirements. That is the core, or you can say always a best strategy, because as IT professional, it's our core responsibility to design a kind of infrastructure which is solution oriented. So the same philosophy goes for all cloud services. It might be compute, networking, security, storage, or any other cloud service. When we talk about cloud storage services, so it means that it's all about customer data, and data comes in different shapes and sizes, and no single solution, or you can say no single storage solution fits all data. For example, an online retail website has a number of distinct data sets that are all used to run the business. It may include product catalog data, media files like you can say photos and videos, and financial business data as well. Each data set has different requirements, and it's Azure administrator job to figure out which storage solution is best for any specific type of data. The key factors to consider in deciding on the optimal storage solutions are very simple. The first one is how to classify your data. That is the really important thing, because before going to design your storage solution, you must have to classify your data, and according to your data classification you can make the strategy. And the second one is how your data will be used, and last and other important factor is how you can get the best performance for your application. So these are the simple strategies when we are going to implement or when we are going to design our cloud storage solution. So the learning objective for this episode or for this section is very simple. The first one is classify your data as structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. So at level 1 we are going to classify our data, and then we'll propose the solution according to the requirements. The second and another important learning objective is to determine how your data will be used, and last and other important thing is that determine whether your data requires transaction. So these are the parameters which we need to understand in detail. And after that we will go and design this storage solution, we will implement this storage solution, and by that way it will be really easier for any cloud administrator to design a solution oriented storage solution for their customers. So an online retail business has different types of data, and each type of data may benefit from different storage solutions. So before going towards the solution, we will track down the learning objectives. So let's move and get detailed information about data structures and how we can classify our customer data. So let's move now. When we talk about data, so mainly we have three categories. The first one is structured data. Structured data, sometimes referred to as you can say relational data, is the data that has a specific schema. So all of the data has the same fields, or you can say properties. The shared schema allows this type of data to be easily searched with query languages such as SQL or structured query language. This capability makes this data style perfect for applications such as CRM systems, reservations, or any kind of inventory management system. Generally, structured data is stored in database tables with rows and columns, with key columns to indicate how one row in a table relates to data in another row of another table. Generally, structured data is straightforward in that it's easy to enter, query and analyze. All of the data follows the same format. So structured data is always highly organized, you can say clearly defined and easy to access and easy to analyze. So the sources of if we talk about the structured data sources, so the sources of structured data are SQL database, spreadsheets, online forms, or you can say point of sale systems, web and server logs. So these are a kind of data which fall in the category of structured data. And the next category which is also really important is known as semi-structured data. So semi-structured data is less organized when we compare with structured data, and is not stored in a relational format, as the fields do not neatly fit into tables, rows and columns. Mostly semi-structured data contains tags, you can say, that make the organization and hierarchy of the data apparent. Semi-structured data is also referred to as a non-relational or non-SQL data. The expressions and structure of the data in this style is defined by serialization languages. Common example of semi-structured data are HTML or XML or JSON, or you can also count YML files in this category. So if we move forward and find the third category, so the third category of the data is known as unstructured data. The organization of unstructured data is ambiguous. Unstructured data, you can say unstructured data is often delivered in files such as photos or videos. The video file itself may have an overall structure and come with semi-structured metadata, but the data comprises the video itself is unstructured. Therefore, photos, videos and other similar files are classified as unstructured data. If you want to get more examples regarding the unstructured data, so media files such as photos, videos and audio files, or office files such as Word document, PowerPoint presentations, text files and log files are fall in the category of unstructured data. Now we get the basic idea behind the data types and what types of data generally available when we are dealing with the storage solution. So let's get another episode where we can summarize these three types of data structures and then move forward and see what kind of designing scenarios and implementation scenarios available on the platform of Microsoft Azure. So let's move now. Now here is the main idea in a single image about the data types. When you have detailed concepts about the data types, so it will be really easier for you to select the proper solution on Azure platform. The beauty of Azure Cloud solution is that Microsoft already implemented a number of solutions on behalf of these data types. So you need to select a proper storage solution according to your own requirements. So when you make a comparison, so in a big picture you can easily select which type of solution you needed for structured query languages, or you can say for structured data, and what kind of solution you require for non-structured data, and what will happen if you are going to make a choice for your semi-structured data. So there are number of solutions available on the platform of Microsoft Azure, and you can select as per your own convenience, as per your own requirements, and as per your own customer needs. So let's move and explore the storage services industry on the platform of Microsoft Azure. Welcome again with another exciting episode of Ultra Disk implementation, and here you can see the virtual machine deployment process is completed and we can verify our resources. So just click on the go to resource option. So here our demo VM is ready, and here you can see we can verify lots of options regarding the disk. When I click on the disk option, now here you can see, as I committed, by default Microsoft operating system disk size is 127 GB, and while the other disk which we configured is Ultra Disk, here you can see its size is 50 GB. So let's get the remote desktop connection of this virtual machine and see inside what kind of options we available regarding the storage. So let's move with the remote desktop connectivity options. Now here you can see I have an IP address of 192.168.3.6. so let's take the remote desktop session and get detailed information inside the storage. Here I am on 192.168.3.6 VM, and here I just type the command to verify the inside storage. So computer management, so when the window appear over here, here you can see the disk management option. So now we can verify that we have two managed disks over here. So I just initiate the disk 2 over here, and now here you can see I have one operating system disk while the other one is data storage disk is available. While if we talk about the temporary storage, so temporary storage is available with all virtual machines which are running on Microsoft Azure platform, and whenever you shut down the virtual machine, this disk will be automatically removed. So we have done with the disk implementation domain when we are working on the Microsoft platform, and we attached SSD disks with our virtual machine and Ultra Disk as well. Let's move forward and explore other options on the storage domain when we are working with Microsoft Azure platform.